The battlefield shakes as the united clans unleash their strength. But the enemy has its own deadly surprises. In this part, legends rise, clans evolve, and Naruto steps into a leader the world has never seen before. Naruto had been prepared for seeing ugly things when Kakashi had first told him about his interests in Mizu no Kuni. He wasn't a stranger to unpleasantness. It wasn't all sunshine and rainbows in many places he ventured to on the mainland. But compared to the very first place he saw in the new country, they might as well have been. "Oh my God," Tenten said in a quiet gasp. "This is a real town." After Kaisa's ship had docked, they had taken a rowboat to move through town. The town was a series of ugly shacks and other constructs, built atop a series of wooden supports that spread out more than a mile from shore. They served as the homes and the businesses. While there were bridges and other ways for people to move about on foot, small boats were the primary method of transportation. They had seen abandoned villages that looked more hospitable. The people had sunken faces. The merchants trying to sell their pathetic wares on the waterways seemed to be doing so in vain. The people they were selling to seemed to barely have enough money to help them break even. It wasn't what any of the trio were used to seeing in the slightest. Port towns were bustling places. Many of them looked nice to attract visitors and business. One could normally expect lots of commerce and spirited people moving through. One could find a level of comfort and convenience in them that was harder to come across at towns and villages farther in the mainland. Every so often, there were bodies in the water. Ugly, bloated, colorless sights. Those on IR boats tried to push them out of the direct path of the waterways, underneath the wooden supports holding the town up. "What is this place?" Kabuto asked no one in particular, his mouth hanging open. And as he and the others all continued to take in the sights before them, "This is I don't understand." They had made it to Mizu no Kuni. Their stay in the country hadn't even timed past 30 minutes. If this was the first thing that they saw, what on earth would the rest of the nation look like? A part of Naruto wanted to reach out and help, but there was nothing he could do. He was a ninja, not a philanthropist. A warrior, not an economist. He'd come to one of the worst regions of the world to settle a score, not save the place. It wasn't like he could do so on his own in the first place. His dad may or may not have had a knack for thinking of wide-sweeping reforms and putting people in the right place to implement them, but that trait hadn't been passed down. At least, not to Naruto. With Kanako, it was still too early to tell. Maybe one day he would be able to enact some kind of decent change. But that would be in the future. Tenten could only look around, the sight and smell of the town searing itself into her brain. "And I thought the settlement outside of the deep was an awful place," she commented. "At least that was a refugee camp." "All right, so we're going in blind here," Naruto said. "Getting everyone's priorities on track. We don't know anything about the land, the people here, or anything. And I don't feel like starting any wars with the locals today." A shiver went down Kabuto's spine at the thought of causing an international incident. The three of them were quite far away from any kind of support, so where do we start? He asked, sounding nervous. Naruto and Tenten both looked at each other before speaking simultaneously. "Bar." Kabuto blinked emptily at the two friends who were so in sync. "You think there's a bar around here?" Tenten shrugged and gestured to their surroundings. "What amounted to a town? You've been looking around this place just like us. I'm pretty sure the bar is the only business here that's booming." A negative sentiment, but not entirely inaccurate. And one that Naruto also co-signed to. "Think about it. This is probably considered a safe place in Mizu," he said as their boat drifted past more refuse, going farther inland. "ND is dangerous as fuck. Not everyone can just up and leave the country. Nothing to do around here but wait for something to kill you." The more points he raised, the better his reasoning sounded. "Yeah, the bar is where it's at." Kabuto couldn't argue that, deciding to go along with that plan of action. "Just don't touch this water. I don't think either of you are up to getting sick again so soon. After the scare with the 5 elements virus." Naruto laughed and gave Kabuto a hearty pat on the back. almost sending the unprepared medic spilling off of the boat. What? You don't feel like treating any dysentery? Come on, Kabuto. You're the doctor here. Assassination jobs were bitter work. They were hard enough when one was given all of the details needed to dive into the mission. Simple things like a target's appearance, their location, what kind of defensive capabilities they had. And then there were the times when one went in blind. All Kakashi and Anko had was a physical description of the person they were meant to kill. And a tip from Jiraiya from where they could possibly begin looking to make progress. That was fine though. Both Kakashi and Anko had accomplished assignments with less than that at the start. The only lead they had was that this Danzo would likely do his best to get another daimyo to commit resources to prevent the allied clan village concept. He had already tried Hino Kuni, so they were on the move. The hope was that they would get a more solid lead before Danzo had entrenched himself with another powerful figure. That is, if his aims truly rested in a plot of this nature. Then again, that was just another thing Kakashi and Anko were meant to find out. The two hardened shinobi conversed about their circumstances as they moved north in search of their quarry. Why pawn us off onto the daimyo? Anko asked. If he wants us gone so bad, why doesn't this guy just send his own people after us? Do you think he doesn't have enough badasses to come and take a piece out of us? Kakashi shook his head. I don't know. Neji from the Hyuga clan got the best look at someone who may operate for Danzo on the ground, of course, then he blew himself up. Oh, there wasn't much time for the young man to analyze the features of his enemy. He may choose to outsource by choice, or by necessity. We don't know at this point. Anko shook her head. I've never even heard of a Shimura clan. Kakashi raised a finger matter-of-factly. But they may not be a clan as in a family. It's likely that this is another conglomeration of shinobi. It's not a new thing. Anko frowned his way, not quite getting what he was letting onto. Yeah, it's not. But if clans started linking up, we'd have heard something about it, even if they were a bunch of nobodies. She's probably why we haven't heard of them, Kakashi reasoned. It's harder to keep track of lone shinobi. It's why Jiraiya-sama tends to operate out in the field for long stretches of time without ever showing up. So you're saying they're set up kind of like what we've got? Perhaps. Though, I think the way Danzo's little group is arranged is more threatening in a way, Kakashi said before drop. Ping a new nugget of information Anko hadn't been privy to. An assassin tried to kill Kushina-sama while she was a guest of the Nara clan. The attacker was a Nara clan member. It took a moment for NKO to realize just what Kakashi was trying to say. Holy crap. You're saying this guy flipped someone inside of a clan? That was a bold statement with major implications. Something like that couldn't be thrown around casually. Couldn't it have just been someone going rogue? Granted, these things happen throughout the ages. But normally, it was one person or a sub-faction within a clan that struck out for their own gain. They rarely lasted long, usually hunted down by their own clansmen. Familicide was quite common in these cases. However, it was almost unheard of for one of these types to work for someone else. Instead staying unaffiliated, it was even less unheard of and less likely for the someone else doing the hiring to have all kinds of similar operatives spread through the various clans and factions in the elemental nations. This was why Kakashi didn't want to blow things out of proportion until they truly had an idea of the scope of what was going on. That's one of the things we're trying to prove or disprove. And regardless, if we get the opportunity, we're going to kill Danzo. Which will hopefully tear apart his entire organization, Anko said, finishing the obvious line of logic laid out for her. I really hope this isn't that big. Can you imagine it? When I think about it, it seems like a bizarro world version of what Namikaze is doing. Kakashi gave the younger woman a look of intrigue for her take on matters. How do you figure? He could just be an enemy. We have plenty of them, after all. Anko could understand not wanting to overestimate someone they had to try and kill. But she didn't want to underestimate him either. Given what he had already pulled off, she couldn't imagine that this would be a routine assassination. The guy got into the fur Daimyo's ear to come after us because he heard what we were trying to do. I don't want to know what else someone like that might be capable of in the future. Normally, Anko was full of aggressive confidence. But at times, when she gave cause to pause, it became clear that there was a reason she had stayed alive so long performing a dangerous job like scouting locations for Minato's village. I didn't think you were afraid of anything, Anko, Kakashi said. I've seen you fight, seen the kinds of missions you take. He was momentarily concerned that she would take what he said as an insult. It was quite the contrary. Let's get one thing straight. I'm not afraid of the guy that can wipe a village off of the map. More than anything else, Anko just wanted Kakashi to know that she was aware of what the stakes could be. I'm afraid of the guy that can say the right thing and have someone make it happen for him. With Naruto Mizu no Kuni. Naruto shook his head as they continued navigating the maze of poorly constructed buildings elevated out of the water. This is not a port town. Calling where they were a port town was being far too generous. The more they saw, the more they could accurately categorize it as a slum on the ocean. Nothing but squalor and misery. No one's first impression of the new country was a good one. Eventually, the multitude of bridges and constructs proved too much to navigate a boat through, prompting the High no Kuni party to continue on foot. That was good. The closer they got to land, the nastier the water got. None of them felt like standing on it with water walking. There was a chance they would get it on their feet. Every bar they found was a complete hole in the wall. Sometimes, literally, the first one they chose to venture inside of was the best that they had located until that point, but it still counted as a major dive if any of them had ever seen one. Let's see if we can do this quick, Tenten requested. None of them drank, and she doubted they had much of anything else that was consumable. I don't like the idea of hanging around in this village for too long. Naruto nodded in agreement as he led the way through the doorway inside. Me either. I want to get this show on the road as soon as possible. All of the tables and seats inside looked like they were made of recycled wood. There were more people inside than any of them expected to see during the day. 15 in total, one being the bartender and another being a girl seated at the front, playing a guitar as entertainment for the patrons. The patrons were all armed men and women, none of whom looked particularly friendly, all of whom were giving the newcomers the evil eye. Tenten nudged Naruto's back as they walked in, 9 carrying visible weapons that I can see. I'm pretty sure the rest of them aren't unarmed either, she said, moving back and putting Kabuto safely between the two of them. Are we sure this is okay? Kabuto asked warily. We were expecting trouble anyway, Naruto reasoned. We're inside already. We have to try and get what we came for. After all, who was to say they wouldn't get a similar reception elsewhere? Nothing bad is happening yet. All the same, let me handle this, Tenten interjected. Your first impressions are bad. Also, you have boobs. So he might be more willing to talk to you than me, Naruto interjected. Ignoring the glare he got from Tenten for his statement, she was going to say the same thing, albeit worded more delicately. What if he's into guys though? Then Kabuto will take the lead, Tenten told him, causing Kabuto to gape open-mouthed at her. Before Naruto could argue against the plan of approach, Tenten quickly cut him off. Your first impressions are bad, she reiterated. It was true. As much as Naruto hated admitting to being bad at anything, cold interactions weren't Naruto's forte. Fine. Go for it. Someone needs to keep an eye out around here anyway, he said, recusing himself from the information gathering part of their job. Getting stabbed less than an hour into being here wouldn't really be great for us. Tenten and Kabuto took a seat at the bar, greeting the man working behind it. From his questioning look, he either wasn't used to the cordial type, or anyone from other countries. To be fair, they did look exotic, if only because of the condition of their clothes and equipment. Compared to what the other mercenaries in the bar were saddled with, Naruto's friend's gear looked brand new. It didn't look like anyone was going to try and rob them though. They all just turned their attention back to their drinks, their conversations, and the entertainment. The musician sat quietly, skillfully playing a guitar. Naruto didn't know much about music, but he could tell if he liked something and could tell when a piece sounded difficult. The girl behind the instrument had on a straw-woven hat that shrouded the top portion of her face in the bar's shadow. Underneath the hat, she had untamed hair, dark pink in color. She wore a faded red dress, black leggings, black bands around her forearms, and leg warmers that went from her calves down to her ankles. Roughnecks surrounding her didn't seem to faze her in the slightest, her full attention being given to her own performance. Naruto did the same, allowing himself to drift into his own thoughts, at least until the being that shared his body with him let itself be known. Haru. Naruto blinked upon hearing Kurama stir inside of his head. What the? Where the fuck are we? Did we switch countries again? Yep. Naruto thought to the tailed beast inside of him. Welcome to Mizu no Kuni, buddy. Huh, interesting, Kurama said. Naruto could hear him smacking his lips as he continued to wake up. So what does your father have you running off to do this time? Naruto scoffed and rolled his eyes. Not that the individual it was directed at could see it. This isn't a dad thing. This is a me thing. Well, it's an us thing. Us as in you and I, Kurama surmised accurately. Is this about the man in the mask? Doing this again, are we? Kurama, stop, Naruto insisted, not wanting to hear a lecture. No, you're going to hear this, Kurama said, continuing his talk. Is this really what you want? To confront the man who put us together. I can't leave it alone, Kurama, Naruto thought to his friend inside of his head. I'm not cutting and running in the middle of something to chase this guy. It's not like I have any missions for dad's stuff. That's not what I mean. Don't try to divert the conversation, you brat. Naruto shook his head at being accurately called out. I just want answers. I want to understand. You want to fight him, Kurama said knowingly. I'm not gonna fight him. Naruto thought to the Biju defensively. It was unconvincing, and he knew it. I might fight him, he amended, before giving up altogether. Alright, I'm definitely gonna fight him. Some things didn't change. As much as Naruto had grown and developed over the years, at his core he was still the same stubborn boy that kept coming to try and play with him on Mizu no Kuni. I'm not as a diverse to this arrangement as I once was. You've been a good kid, and I know you'll never stop working on how to separate us. Naruto could see Kurama's toothy grin inside of his head. There's no rush. You and I have nothing but time. Just don't get us killed. Naruto closed his eyes and placed his thoughts of confronting the man in the swirl mask aside for the time being, the music in the bar helping him to do so. Kurama's counsel was also another great help. Having the grumpy old fox with him was like having a mentor in his head sometimes. He kept Naruto calm, calmer than he would have been at that point in his life otherwise. He was there to know things that Naruto hadn't even told his family or Tenten. They shared experiences, information, and life itself. It would remain that way until Naruto found a way to free Kurama without either of them dying. So, what else did I miss while I was out? Nothing much. I saw some family. That was interesting. Naruto was roused from his conversation with Kurama when the music came to a sudden stop. A bottle was flung from a table that smashed off of the wall by the girl playing. One of the armed warriors looked to the one amongst them that had thrown it. What's the big deal, Gila? This is the entertainment. What else are we supposed to do while we're drinking? The roughneck in question stood up abruptly from his table and began walking over to the musician. This ain't the kind of entertainment I came here to get, he said, leering at her threateningly, but she looks like she can help with that too. Naruto's jaw clicked shut tightly. And Kurama started getting excited, knowing what was likely to happen next. Oh, I'm glad I woke up in time for this part. Lips drawn together tightly, Naruto stomped into the middle of the seating area. Stopping in front of the main bandit, impeding his path with his back to him. The man did not take kindly to this. What do you think you're doing? As he turned around, Naruto at first feigned ignorance that he was doing anything disruptive. Oh, sorry. I was actually listening to that. Was gonna go up to tip her and everything, he explained, a friendly smile on his face. I just got here. And I was really enjoying her music. Could you wait at least more than one song before being an asshole? The entire establishment went completely silent, save for Tenten, letting out an exasperated sigh from the bar. Gila's mouth worked itself around in irritation as he reached for the axe on his back. Boy, shut your mouth and go get me a drink before me and my guys carve you a permanent smile. The infuriating smile never left Naruto's face. Wow. Not even gonna pretend like you're gonna do it yourself, huh? Well, you're that smart, at least. Sure didn't sound like it. You definitely don't look like it. The angrier the brigand got, the better Naruto could say things were going. Get the guy mad at him, so he ignores the musician girl. Naruto could do with getting into a scrape anyway. This was as good an excuse as any other. With all the time spent on Kai's ship without a fight, and the series of emotions he'd gone through speaking with Karen at sea, some sort of outlet was required. He had to fight to hide a smile as 3 more men stood up from their seats and moved to surround him. He formed a cross-hand seal with his fingers and formed 3 clones of his own into existence. From that point on, things were set in motion that could not have been prevented by outside forces. Kabuto's face twisted in concern as one of the Narutos threw the first punch on someone trying to draw a weapon. The ensuing Donnybrook quickly escalated. Tenten, Naruto is getting. Ignore it. Tenten droned tiredly as the fracas continued in the background. She didn't need to turn around to see it. She didn't need to listen in to hear it. It was obvious that Naruto was cleaning house. Remember before we left? I told you, this happens all the time. Both of them leaned OU. T of the way of a kukri blade sailing past their heads, stabbing into a nearby wall, all the time. Kabuto's eyes went wide behind his glasses as he tried to comprehend. What do you mean it happens all the time? Who actually wants to fight? Red Scar, Uzumaki Naruto. Tenten gave him a wry smirk. More people than you think, trust me. The bartender walked over, choosing to stand by the only pay RSON in the building not involved in the fight who also wasn't concerned about it. Red Scar, huh. That's a nifty little name, he commented, trying to make conversation with the out-of-towners. I don't get it though. There's nothing red on that kid. Is it one of those things like the blood of his enemies or something? Tenten quickly raised her head to stare at the interloping man before her. What he'd said struck a chord. Wait a minute, you don't know who he is. But this was a bartender. If anyone was privy to ninja rumors, especially ones that got around like Naruto's whole deal, then it would be a person like him. And if the guy who ran the bar didn't know, they don't know who he is. Those poor bastards. The bartender shook his head, wincing at the sound of a chair being broken over the body of one of his patrons. No, probably not. Who is he? Come to think of it, who are all of you? That's Uzumaki Naruto, Kabuto reiterated, as though that were enough to explain things. The unchanging expression on the bartender's face showed that this was not the case. Do you guys keep up with stuff that happens in the rest of the elemental nations? Ah, you lot are from the mainland. The bartender said with a look of recognition, though not the kind that had been expected. We don't really know a lot about what happens over there. To have your name spread over here, you've got to be a top-level big shot. That, or piss off a lot of people over here. Tenten rested her arm on the counter, her cheek in her hand. Seems Naruto's off to a rollicking start on that last part. She said as the sounds of fighting started to die down in the background. Is he done yet? Kabuto turned around to Naruto, knock out the last combatant and pile them all up in a corner like firewood. Yeah. He's done. That was fast. It really wasn't, Tenten said, letting out a whistle to get Naruto's attention. He jogged over with a big, stupid grin on his face. Why are you smiling? Are you happy? Naruto tried to wipe the smile from his face, and failed badly in doing so. What? No, I'm mad. Grr. Angry. Stupid drunk jackasses. See, no one believed him. Naruto didn't even believe himself. Tenten stared directly into Naruto's face for a long time before apparently finding whatever tell she had been looking for. "You're happy that people here don't know who you are," she accused, taking a few steps back once she'd made her theory known. Naruto laughed nervously, confirming this for her. "You are. Seriously?" Naruto rolled his eyes and began giving out in response, "Oh come on. When has anyone knowing who I am ever made anything any easier?" Tenten pointed at the crowd that Naruto had torn through with his fists and nothing else. "It made some guys like that not bother us. Despite the fact that you act like you, instead of everybody bothering us. Now we're going to have to fight our way through this country." Naruto didn't see how that was any different from what they'd originally believed would happen. "I don't see how we could get into more fights than we were getting into on the mainland." Tenten gave him a deadpan stare in return, "Because everyone here is a survivalist asshole who's probably packing something sharp and pointy on him." "Can confirm," the middle-aged barkeep chimed in. "I'm smuggling like 3 knives on me. Also, there's been a CR. Ospo pointed at your junk since the moment you walked up," he said to Naruto. Naruto stared at the man before grabbing Kabuto and forcing the medic to switch seats with him. "Why are you telling us this?" he asked. The barkeep shrugged his shoulders. "You kids seem all right. Your friend didn't kill a single one of those guys who went at him. And he didn't disturb anyone else." The foreign party looked around and saw that the only person Naruto didn't wind up beating to a pulp was the musician girl he'd used as his excuse for starting the fight in the first place. And she didn't seem very grateful. "Speak for yourself, old man," the hat-clad musician girl groused, her foot drumming off of the ground irritably. "He fucked up my tips for the day." Naruto raised an eyebrow. He thought he'd been helping. "Those guys were going to. They weren't going to do shit to me," the girl interrupted, glaring at Naruto and his crew. "Wanna see how that would have worked out for them if they tried?" she asked. As a threat, she held up the guitar she had been playing beforehand by the neck, pointing the body of it. "Calm down, Tayuya," the barkeep said before another fight could start inside of his establishment. "As you can see, their wallets are still intact," he pointed out. The girl's eyes brightened up, and she left her stool, waltzing over to the dozen-plus beaten-down shinobi where she then relieved them of their money and any other valuables they had on hand. "Right," Tenten said, watching Tayuya loot the unresponsive men. "Well, this place is beat. I think we should try and get another town and start asking questions there. If the guys Naruto had beaten up had friends, and they didn't know who he was, they would probably look for revenge. The sooner the better. Does anyone know where we can get a map?" Tayuya scoffed from where she was still stealing stuff. "A map? You kidding? You think any of these yokels has access to decent map makers?" she commented. "I haven't even seen a goddamn map in 6 months. Tenten threw her hands up into the air. "Maps aren't a thing people have good access to here." "Good to know," she said sarcastically. This whole endeavor was getting better by the minute. "How does anyone travel in Mizu no Kuni then?" The bartender shrugged his shoulders. "They don't. Anyone who wanders outside of a village into the Badlands is either brave or dumb. Merchants don't even head inland unless they're trading with one of the 7 and can get protection." That explained why the town they were in was so rundown. If a coastal town was like this, what did the settlements deeper inside of the country look like? How much trouble would it take to get to any of them? Tenten didn't expect an easy time of things, given that countless attempts from Naruto to get at the masked man had failed before. Kabuto didn't know anything about what they were into, and Tenten only had a second-hand idea. Even when they had gotten on board with accompanying Naruto for his vendetta mission, none of them had anything to go on. They had their work cut out for them if they wanted their efforts to bear any fruit. They were set for an awful time if they planned on doing it by themselves. Naruto knew this, and in front of him, he saw something that would make things a tad easier. Naruto walked up to Tayuya, ignoring the glare that he received when he got within reasonable distance, which was 10 feet. "Are you from here?" he asked. "This town. You a local?" Chiyuya raised an eyebrow and looked through the window with a scoff. From this dump? Fuck no, she said as she returned to her business. I'd drown myself in the shitty water outside if I lived here. That was all Naruto needed to hear. Cool. Want a job? Chiyuya reacted with surprise, but she wasn't the only one. Tenten stepped into conference with her best friend. Wait, we're hiring her. We need a guide, Naruto said plainly. Tenten looked at him oddly. What? Why? We don't even know where we're going. We don't even know if what we're after is here. But they were going to be exploring the countryside, which the bartender referred to as the Badlands. That didn't make for good prospects when wandering around aimlessly. We need a guide, Naruto repeated, elaborating when he saw her about to raise a fit. Tenten, we do this kind of shit all of the time, hiring freelancers to help out. We don't, Tenten specified. True enough, most people they hired, someone else did it. Kushina, Kakashi, one of the senior members of Minato's cabal. They didn't do it themselves very often. Kaiza was an outlier. He was Naruto's contact. We can't even afford it. We didn't take enough money from your dad's funds before we left. We only took enough to pay Kaiza for a round trip. A snort of Yuta brought their attention back to Chiyuya. Your dad's funds. She directed at Naruto tauntingly. Ah, you're a daddy's boy. That's just fucking rich. Naruto glowered half-heartedly Chiyuya's way before focusing back in on Tenten. You're acting like I don't have money saved, he said, giving her a teasing grin. Unlike you, I didn't piss away all I got from the Kakuzu thing on raw materials for weapons. And it would only increase, because he never really spent much. Tenten's cheeks turned slightly red at the reminder of what she had chosen to invest large amounts of her hard-earned money into as a preteen girl. One of these days, when I start selling those things all over the place, you won't be able to hold that over my head. And Naruto agreed. But that was for later. This was for now, until that day. I can say I have more money to burn than you. A lot more, he remarked before turning to Chiyuya, and it's not my dad's money, he said pointedly before mellowing out and addressing his best friend once more. Anyway, I have enough to pay a freelancer. This conversation was getting more ahead than Chiyuya wanted it to. Thus, she drew it to a halt. Wait, who the fuck says I want the job? Who the fuck says you can even afford me? She snapped, pointing at the three foreigners. Kabuto took a step back from the intense young woman, while Tenten handed Naruto a tiny scroll for him to write on. You mainland ninja fucks can take your ticky-tack bullshit and... She stopped her tirade when Naruto showed her what he'd written her an amount of money that he was willing to pay for her help. You're serious? I'd be good for like 6 months off of this. While Chiyuya praised Naruto's written offer, Naruto and Tenten shared a glance. Apparently their money would stretch a lot further in Mizu no Kuni than it did back closer to home. That was something to keep in mind. They could make use of that, depending on how much they all had left to spend. Kabuto tried to be the practical one. Despite knowing that this decision didn't rest with him in the end, are we sure about this? Can she even defend herself? I don't see any weapons on her at all. Chiyuya took offense at the idea of her being helpless. You wanna see if I can defend myself, 4 eyes? She threatened heatedly. Naruto stepped in before blood could be shed. Even if she wasn't a strong kunoichi, it did. NT seemed like it would take much to bloody up their medic. I think she'll be fine, Kabuto. She can't be any worse off than you are. He stopped and blinked at the content of his words. Wow, I just now realized how much of a dick that made me sound like. Kabuto shrugged his shoulders. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, Naruto. You're just an asshole, Tenten said, shaking her head, and I beg to differ too. At least Kabuto can put his own guts back inside of himself if they get cut out. Well, that's what he's here for, to do it for the rest of us, Naruto quipped before trying to hire Chiyuya again. Do we have a deal? How long is the job for? Chiyuya asked, seemingly thinking about signing on. Until we leave, Naruto said, providing her the details he could be a few weeks. Could be a month. I dunno. Honesty was the best policy here. He needed her to show them around, and for whatever information she knew about the country. They had literally nothing. Minato didn't venture to Mizu no Kuni ever. The country was mostly separated from the affairs of the rest of the elemental nations. That much had been made clear to them by now. Chiyuya regarded her current company and weighed her options. The pretty boy blonde kid was paying, and well. Even if she had her own misgivings about working with people like them, the money was so good. Taking a moment to think for herself, she spoke up. For what you're paying, you have me for 8 weeks. Any longer than that, you better re-up, or I walk. Same price for the same length of time. Even if we find what you're looking for the day after, I still get paid for the whole 2 months. Tenten raised an eyebrow at Chiyuya's straightforward negotiation of her terms. I thought you just played in bars and stuff for your money. Chiyuya rolled her eyes. No, that's what I do when I don't feel like skulking place to place and dealing with all the bandits and shitty ninjas like you to find real work, she grinned viciously at her fellow kunoichi and jerked her head Naruto's way, but old Blue Eyes here is giving me an offer I'd be an idiot to refuse. Yes it was, and Naruto was will to take the deal. Looks like you're coming with us then, he said. Extending his hand for Chiyuya to shake. If you try to rob us, I will find you, he added at the end. Chiyuya took his threat, and casually tossed it aside. And then what? She said, sauntering up to Naruto, getting face to face with him. You look too soft to actually do anything drastic. You didn't kill any of these guys, she gestured to the thugs Naruto had gleefully thrashed minutes before. Tenten stared at the exchange incredulously. God, no one here really knows who he is, do they? She asked Kabuto. Even Kabuto, who hadn't known Naruto for nearly as long as her, was taken aback. If she did, there's no way she would have said that. Kabuto could only nod in agreement. He knew what Tenten knew what Chiyuya apparently didn't. They knew what Naruto was really capable of. Naruto never backed down from the dark pink-haired girl, his eyes boring directly into her own challenging brown orbs. You know what, Tenten? You were right before. I actually do like it that way. Chiyuya backed up first. However, her gaze never left Naruto's the entire time, a vicious bite to the way she snarled at him in defiance. No need to rob you lot anyway. Because, if you die, I will loot you. She informed them. This crew looks like it's carrying some valuable shit. Naruto didn't say anything or bring attention to the fact that the girl before him had plans in case they were killed. Instead, noticing something he hadn't before when she'd been sitting on a stool and stooping down to steal valuables. Man, you're short. Chiyuya scowled at Naruto in return and walked past him, making sure she bumped his shoulder roughly as she passed. She had clearly been irked. Whether that had been Naruto's aim or simply a coincidence, he'd gotten under her skin first. As the girl stormed outside, Tenten whacked Naruto on the arm. Hey, why are you trying to piss off the only person who knows where we're going? She hissed in a whisper. You do realize, if she wanted to, she could lead us into a den of bandits and pick up the scraps, right? Naruto lifted up 2 fingers. First of all, if a den of bandits is all it takes to kill me, I probably deserve to die. Second of all, that kind of girl wouldn't respect us if we were a bunch of polite doormats. He could see it. It was all over her, from the way she walked to the way she talked. Signs of weakness were things meant to be jumped on by this Chiyuya. Naruto wouldn't give her an opening to take in the first 10 minutes of making her acquaintance. Tenten approached Naruto's instincts with a measure of skepticism. How do you know? You're terrible with people. Naruto seemed slightly offended. I'll admit to the shitty first impression thing, but I'm not bad with people. I just never have a clean slate. Tenten tried to argue a counterpoint, but couldn't really think of an example where Naruto had met someone who hadn't heard something of him beforehand. Not since they were children. She hated when he out-argued her. Fine. Fair enough. I'm just worried. We're a long way from home, Naruto. If something bad happens, can anyone get to us? Could we even call for help? We can call for help. But them getting here fast enough is another problem, Naruto said. I don't know if Dad has any markers in Mizu. I'd probably say not, but we can do this. We don't even know what this is, Tenten urged. We don't even know what's here. Naruto grinned, a mischievous shine in his blue eyes. That's why we're hiring a guide. Tenten cursed at having given Naruto's snap idea validation, thinking of a master plan, Tenten. He said, walking out of the bar with confidence in his step. He still needed to seal the deal with Tayuya. Oh, go lick a doorknob. Tenten replied at getting one-upped. Naruto didn't respond, knowing he had won this round. Fuck me, Tenten muttered, shaking her head. What? Kabuto asked, ever the friendly medic that he was. Tenten looked at the swinging bar door that her leader's son had passed through. Sometimes, I forget he's actually really good at this stuff. Kaminari no Kuni. Nawaki liked Kaminari no Kuni. It was never sweltering hot like it could be. In parts of K's no Kuni or High no Kuni, or oppressively cold like in other places he'd been to. Plus, there always seemed to be a charge in the air, a side effect of the frequent thunderstorms that moved through most of the country. He liked that. What he didn't like was sharing in his travels with others. He worked better alone. He could move faster, and he only had to worry about himself. Why? Meant that if he got messed up in some dodgy situation, it wasn't as big of a deal. Now he had to worry about two others, and one of them happened to be the niece of the person his sister Tsunade was in bed with. The other was a student he had taken on in the last 3 years. A very talented researcher he had come across while he had been working on some side projects. He had been happy to get her started in archaeology and history fields that he loved. He also made sure to train her in combat, because what he did, and obviously what he was teaching her to do, was extraordinarily dangerous. He just didn't ever take her anywhere. His reasons were several-fold, but the most important one was simple and selfish. Goddamn you, sis. I really hate traveling with other people, Nawaki complained aloud before ceasing his swift movement. His current company couldn't keep pace with his preferred travel speed. Oi. Hurry it up. If you can't keep up, you should have stayed back at the last outpost we passed. Two Kunoichi arrived at his position after a few moments, both irritated by Nawaki's remarks. One was a slender woman with black hair that barely reached her shoulders, dressed in a dark kimono. The other was a younger Kunoichi with very bright pink hair pulled into a functional ponytail. She wore a black breastplate over a sleeveless dark red dress with mesh armor underneath. The younger of the two women was the first to voice her displeasure. If we stayed there, you would have just ditched us, sensei, she deadpanned. Nawaki gave her a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Sakura, don't be dramatic. I would have come back for you. The girl, Sakura, didn't buy it, slowly peeling Nawaki's hand off of her. You absolutely wouldn't have. The black-haired woman spoke up at that point. Looks like Haruno-san has you pegged, Nawaki-sama. Nawaki was far from impressed. She'd better after 3 goddamn years. Sakura didn't care for her teacher's attitude. Respecting him was one thing. Tolerating him was another. Not that he cared too much about either. You brought us. You actually came to get me from my family's home. I was resting. Nawaki palmed his forehead and ran his hand down his face. It was either take you, or get someone assigned for me by sis. Seeing as how I can turn a trip with you into a learning experience, I figured I'd just do that. Oh, that makes me feel so useful, Sakura said sarcastically. The dark-haired woman took the opportunity to chide Nawaki for his attitude. You really should be more welcoming, Nawaki-sama. We're here to give you the help you need on your mission. The help he needed. Oh, that simply would not stand. Senju Nawaki didn't require backup. Let's get 2 things straight. 1. This is not a mission, it's a hunt. 2. I only brought anyone this time because my sis insisted on me not doing my hunt alone. He pointed to the pink-haired girl that stopped cold in her tracks. You're here because you're my apprentice. He then pointed to the black-haired woman who was not amused by his antics. You're here because sis insisted on having someone around that could put the blood I lose back in my body. Which say, M's like a good policy to me when you're telling me that you expect to lose blood, Naoki-sama, the black-haired woman replied calmly, a patient smile on her face. Naoki whipped around and stared at her dryly. Seriously, Shizune. Cut it out, he said, you're 5 years younger than me. I've known you your whole life. Don't give me that crap with the honorific. I know you only do it because it pisses me off. Shizune didn't deny this whatsoever, and it doesn't bother me at all to say it. Naoki threw his hands up in defeat and continued on the path of his search. Shizune looked around at the rocky, mountainous slopes all around him. This is a pretty desolate area. Are you sure there's anyone here? Naoki snorted at her mild skepticism. I hunt people, places, and things, and I'm really good at it. His eyes narrowed. The farther they traveled along the mountain range, this is absolutely where I need to be. Sakura chimed in from the back of the pack. Don't you mean, we? No, I mean, me, Naoki said, reaffirming his own statement. As far as I'm concerned, Sakura, you're not ready for this kind of heat. And Shizune, well, you could probably stay and you'd be fine. Akira growled under her breath at being dismissed by her sensei. He was very encouraging and positive when it came to all of the academic things he had taught her to do. When it came to being out in the field, with all of the perils included, he was much more negative. No, she wasn't some combat prodigy. No, she didn't have the support of a clan to make sure she was good enough. And the most maddening thing was that she knew he wasn't dismissing her because any of these things. He just did it because it amused him. Because being an asshole was funny. You've been training me for 3 years when you haven't been leaving me behind. Sakura said, grousing to herself at all of the times Naoki had run off after some lead without so much as telling her. Sometimes for months, if she had any grave deficiencies, she would blame them on that. Naoki nodded, entirely unapologetic for his actions, all a part of your training. How else am I supposed to teach you how to hunt things down? By making you do it, of course. Sakura wasn't convinced, knowing her teacher preferred being left to wander alone. Yeah, right. And besides, it wasn't like I didn't have any training before you started teaching me. Naoki laughed at the reminder of the early days with his apprentice. True. You were so cute and squishy and vulnerable back then. Now she was much less so. And it had been very unpleasant for her to reach that point. Your parents hate my guts, he said with a laugh. They don't. Sakura tried to argue before backing down somewhat. They might, she admitted before giving up entirely. You're right. They probably do. Their daughter got to work with a powerful Senju clan shinobi of great standing, related to Tsunade herself. One that had made their daughter very competent in what she did. But that shinobi was, in their daughter's own words, a complete jerk that thinks kicking my ass or leaving me in the middle of nowhere is funny. As they moved farther along the mountain range, Naoki's demeanor became markedly less playful. Both Sakura and Shizune noticed this and readied themselves for trouble. But things weren't so perilous. Moving through a pass near the summit, Naoki brought his team to a stop. Sensing the approach of two figures, not even trying to conceal themselves, two brothers rounded a bend and came into sight. They were burly men, tall in stature. Both had long, thick, wild hair that flowed down their backs. One was blonde, the other had silver hair. They wore headbands with large horns on top, and matching purple high-collared outfits with no sleeves. Ginkaku and Kinkaku, Naoki said, identifying them both. He could tell which was which. Ginkaku had silver hair and the kanji for silver on his right arm. Kinkaku was the blonde, with the kanji for gold tattooed on his left arm. You are two very hard men to find. Yeah, people like you usually take the hint that we don't want to be found, Kinkaku said, frowning when he noticed the emblem on Naoki's equipment, a senju. Ginkaku chuckled, giving his slightly larger sibling a pat on the back. Brother, I told you to keep more of an ear out for upstart shinobi. He gestured forward to the man in front of them. This is Ryushi no Naoki, Naoki the hunter. It made sense. A lone senju, far away from Hino Kuni, out looking for them for seemingly nothing. Only, it wasn't for nothing. The Gold and Silver brothers knew exactly what he wanted, but they didn't have to admit anything. What are you and your team looking for, Senju? Kinkaku demanded to know. Straight to the point. Naoki could appreciate that. He'd done enough sightseeing. No need to waste time. Not, me. I'm looking for something. A little something special. A few somethings, now that I mention it, he said. Trying to be as forthcoming as he could without spilling important secrets. I know what I'm looking for though. You see, I have the location of one identified already. Not counting the two you have, of course. Two of what? Kinkaku growled irritably. A knowing smile slowly spread across Naoki's face. 3 of the treasured tools of the Sage of Six Paths. He could feel the atmosphere between them become more hostile. It's pretty amazing that you guys found 3. Then again, you've both been alive for a long time. Plenty of time to get your hands on them. Ginkaku scoffed. That's rich coming from you. So you want our weapons? Good. They weren't denying that they had them. He had been told the Gold and Silver brothers were quite treacherous. I'm willing to pay a fair sum. We can sit down, have a few drinks, and work out a number that you guys like. Sakura and Shizune stood back as Naoki tried to initiate a negotiation. The brothers looked at one another, and for a moment, the student of the hunter figured things would remain peaceful for the time being. You have quite a way with words, my friend, Kinkaku said. That's not a compliment, coming from us. Sakura took a knowing step back. Shizune doing the same. Really, neither of them were surprised. If it was something Naoki wanted, it was valuable, to the extent that it was easily worth fighting and dying over. Visible chakra began to emanate from both of the brothers. It was smothering in its pressure. Strength is gold, but words can be silver. Isn't that right, brother? Ginkaku said. A silver tongue can trick anyone. And there's no one fool enough to take anything a Senju says at face value. Both of them pulled out sealing scrolls. Naoki stiffened up, preparing for a fight. You say you want to see our weapons, Senju. Naoki spared a look over his shoulder at Sakura and Shizune. The former had made sure that the latter had been slowly moving farther away from him as the talks with the Go. LD and Silver brothers seemed to break down. Right. Good girl, the hunter said, flashing through a quick series of hand seals. Doden, Kuretsu, Earth Release, Fisher. The mountainside was pure rock. The best weapon for Naoki to use for this particular jutsu. The ground around him and the Gold and Silver brothers fractured and broke, creating a massive crevice and causing the walls of the mountain pass they were in to collapse. This had the effect of closing off the battle from Sakura and Shizune. Neither of them would like that decision, but it was for the best that they didn't get involved. Sakura was pretty damn good, but not good enough to fight a pair that had been around kicking butt and taking names since his grandfather had been leading the Senju clan. Shizune was the medic. You didn't put the medic in danger. That was just basic battlefield etiquette. He didn't expect his preemptive attack to have decided the fight, so he wasn't surprised to see Kinkaku and Ginkaku unscathed. Well, Ginkaku said, brushing dust and debris off of his bare arms. Just like we thought. A Senju, always quick to manipulate the situation when they don't get their way. He had a large gourd underneath one arm and a broad, flat rectangular sword with a talisman hanging from the handle. The Benihisago and the Shichiseiken, Naoki thought with a measure of reverence. Nothing personal, guys. I just really need those weapons. Looking over at Kinkaku, he saw a thick, glowing rope wrapped around one of his arms, and the Kukenju. He couldn't help the honest smile that came to his face upon seeing the treasures firsthand. Oh, you brought them all out. I can't wait to confirm their authenticity. And unlike most archaeologists, he didn't have to sit down and analyze every inch of the craftwork of these artifacts to do so. He was going to fight the men holding them. More than likely, he would see them in action for himself. From that point onward, all he needed to do was survive. Easier said than done. All that chakra behind that jutsu, and you didn't lay a scratch on us, Kinkaku said, taunting the man he and his brother had outnumbered 2-1. Hey, compared to your grandfather and granduncle, you're a no-name loser living off of their reputation. Naoki let out a laugh, finding some excitement in the challenge, despite the threat to his life. Let's put that to the test then, boys. Shall we? With Naruto Mizu no Kuni. One thing that all of Naruto's crew had picked up on early into their time on Mizu no Kuni was that the weather wasn't nearly as nice as it was in High no Kuni or other places they frequented around the elemental nations. It was cooler than they were accustomed to, and wet. Every step felt like walking through mist. Chiyuya had taken them away from the terrible port town they had landed at and into the countryside. The girl had taken to her position as guide for the group easily enough, though not without a biting response to any questions or comments directed her way. Naruto and Tenten were used to it. Traveling and being trained by Kakashi as long as they had been as children had gotten them accustomed to people with abrasive personalities. People who took it as a personal challenge to verbally offend you at every opportunity. This girl took it to the next level, though. Naruto could take it. Tenten could as well, though with a twitch. Kabuto, though, would flinch every time he would speak, in case Chiyuya directed words his way without warning. Why are we not back on Kaisa's ship to travel around? This question was posed after hours on foot, headed to who knew where, under the guidance of their musically inclined escort, who led them per Naruto's request of what he was looking for. It was a valid one. 2 reasons Naruto offered in return. 1. We'd have to pay him to use him like a shuttle service when we can all water walk if we need to. Which we are not doing, Tenten added. We don't know how long this'll take. And we'd rather not have to freelance just to have money to use. They left it unsaid that Kaisa would only stick around for so long. A month at the longest. Maybe less than that, if he couldn't find anything worth his time. That would leave them to find another way home. Though only Naruto and Tenten were privy to this part. And the second reason, Kabuto asked, though this time, it was answered from their temporary fourth. Unless you want your man's ship to be raided, it's probably better to travel on foot, Chiyuya said, a tint of skepticism coloring her next few words. You all seem to think you can handle yourselves. Well, we'll see about that. Tenten took that statement to heart and took in their surroundings. She had her suspicions, but there was nothing she could voice aloud. There was no evidence. All she could do was watch and wait. Perhaps she would be waiting for nothing. But it was better to be prepared for peace than surprised by trouble, so you know where we're going. Chiyuya turned up her nose at the question to her competence. If they didn't think she knew where to go, why did they hire her? You fucking kidding. I've been to all of the islands in Mizu no Kuni. Wish I hadn't been to some of them, but I know where to go, she said. The kind of information you're looking for, you were never going to get it from the island we're on. The good stuff is always farther in. Bad stuff too, Kabuto asked. It gets worse. A vicious grin formed on Chiyuya's face. Oh boy, it's gonna be fun seeing you guys react to shit. You really that soft on the mainland? There's only one way to find out for sure, Naruto said, confident in their ability to survive anywhere. Chiyuya turned to look back at him, her smile all teeth and mischief. Well, goddamn. Looks like we agree on something. It was a dangerous kind of mischief, heads up. Tenten had already been anticipating some form of chicanery, so she was already moving before the sound waves Chiyuya's voice had left the immediate area. She cast a net woven of ninja wire into the trees that prevented her and her comrades from being hit from all sides by kunai and shuriken. It was a booby trap, but not one activated by them. They had done nothing, stepped on nothing. Someone who had been watching them manually triggered a mechanism from a hiding place. While dealing with the threat from afar, another threat took form up close. Kabuto saw them emerging from slight puddles on the road. Guys! He shouted in warning. 2 men in dusters and masks, one gray, the other black, came out, as though they had been fused with the water. Wasting no time, they launched themselves at Naruto, catching him off guard and running him through. Kabuto's mouth fell open in horror. Naruto had just been run through. But Tenten wasn't concerned one bit. He didn't know why until a seal array spread across its body. When the clone popped, the array appeared on the ground in a large circle around where it once stood. Anyone within it was marked with the same array, which paralyzed them in place. They were sitting ducks for 2 kunai to the throat, courtesy of Tenten. The weapon-toting kunoichi ventured outside of her own protective net, putting herself in danger in order to fight their distant threat. It was a measured gamble, as the next thing that came her way was a crossbow bolt with an explosive tag attached. With great aim and dexterity, she knocked it out of the air with a shuriken, and following the trajectory of the projectile, was able to track movement in the distant canopy. She turned fire with a kunai attached to an explosive note of her own, anticipating where her target was moving to. Tenten didn't miss. Not that she possibly could have with a weapon tied to a high explosive. Boom. Asterisk. A fiery explosion in the trees was the result. She saw a body drop to the ground, or what was left of a body, at least. Good riddance. Tenten waited, keeping her eyes peeled for more enemies. When she didn't hear a sound or feel any movement around them, she turned back to Kabuto and to Yuya. Kabuto was still in shock at Naruto's disappearing act. When did he? How did he? Kabuto tried to put words together. Looking around in alarm, Naruto made that clone in the nick of time. But where is he? Oh, he made that thing a ways back. He does that sometimes. Makes a clone to shadow us for ambushes. Sometimes he does it himself and leaves a clone as a decoy. Tenten's explanation complete, she glared over at the Yuya. You look like you were expecting more than 3 to jump on us. I was. Yuya admitted shamelessly. Normally these types don't roll with less than 5 guys ready to go. She looked at the dead bodies of the shinobi bandits that Tenten had disposed of single-handedly, from these fuckers. I was expecting maybe 10. Definitely not 3. I guess he cleaned up the rest of whatever you thought we were going to have to fight. At that moment, the real Naruto landed among them. Brushing himself off, there were specks of red on his protective vest. Happy hunting. Something like that, Naruto said, nodding to Tenten at a job well done, one that she returned. With that, he turned to the person meant to guide them. Before I start, is there anything you want to tell us? To Yuya. Yuya smirked and gestured to the area around them. Welcome to the fucking Badlands. She exclaimed, yeah, I brought you here on purpose. What of it? To her surprise, Naruto moved inside of her guard and snatched her up by the neck with one hand. Get your dickbeaters off of me, she said, thrashing in place. Before she could grab a weapon and ventilate Naruto's throat, a crushing killing intent froze her in place. Why don't you make me? Naruto bellowed, his tears momentarily turning wild as a strong, inhuman chakra burst from his body. Yuya's pupils shrank in fear as Naruto returned closer to normal. If it was just me, I'd have let it slide. Screw with me all you want to. I can take it. I'm used to it. Never taking his angry eyes off of her or letting her down, he pointed back to Kabuto. That guy is a friend. He saved my life. He pointed to Tenten. Tenten is my sister. No, we ain't blood, but I would die for her. You walked her into a trap. Yuya grasped at the grip around her neck, painful, yet not cutting off her air. I don't have to. A quick, hard shake silenced her. We paid you and you walked my family into a trap. Naruto snapped. This might be a shitty place to be, shittier than Hai no Kuni. But no matter where you go, that's something you get killed for. Seeing her life at risk, Yuya finally found it in herself to get a word in edgewise. How else was I supposed to see that you chowderheads can handle yourselves, golden boy? Because you can beat the shit out of Riff Raff, she shouted, feet still dangling off of the ground. I'm throwing in my lot with you. So you're damn right I'm gonna make sure you aren't weaklings that'll die at the first sign of trouble. Because whoever kills you, they'll kill me too. Naruto's grip lessened slightly, and he set her back on the ground. But his glare never subsided, and is this good enough? He spat. Yuya realized she was being given an out, but had to keep up some semblance of backbone. This was nothing. But it was good enough, she said. No more bullshit, not from me. So long as you shinobi types keep up your end. You pay me, you don't fuck me over, we're good. Tenten could hardly believe the gall of this girl, saying anything about being fucked over. Naruto wasn't as animated. His patience for shenanigans was thin. Because I need you for a job, you get one. Everybody gets one, he told Tayuya, not sparing her another look as he moved past her. You just used yours. Tayuya looked after him, before turning to see where he'd landed when he first returned. There were 6 more bodies among the 2 sealed ones that Tenten had put down. They had been killed fast, no hesitation. From the looks on some of their faces, they never had time to realize what was happening. That could have been her. Naruto would have done it. He absolutely would have. Of that, Tayuya was entirely certain. Had he not been satisfied with her excuse, he would have killed her, looking dead in her eyes as he did it. He would have tossed her aside with the rest and moved along. The only reason he didn't was because, as he said, she was the only person they'd come across so far capable of doing what they needed for them. Kabuto moved in with glowing green hands to try and mend the deep bruise around Tayuya's neck from Naruto's hand, before the aforementioned Jinchuriki called out, "Don't heal her, Kabuto. She's keeping that." The medic moved away from Tayuya and moved along with Naruto, leaving Tenten and Tayuya behind. The latter massaged her neck, wincing at the pain left behind. It would serve as a reminder that she wasn't running around with a lightweight. So Smiling Golden Boy had a mean streak. That was interesting. Tayuya wondered if they built more of them like that on the mainland. Phew, Tayuya exhaled, her shoulders slumping in relief as she muttered to himself. I didn't know he had that in him. Definitely didn't peg him as the type before. It was then she noticed Tenten staring her down. What? Tenten didn't mince words. I don't like you. Tayuya bristled at the brazen declaration. Well, that's tough, because it doesn't look like I'm going anywhere for a while, she retorted, before realizing that something she'd expected hadn't occurred. Aren't you gonna threaten me yourself, Buns? Tenten eyed Tayuya as though she were sizing the musician up. Eventually she shook her head and walked forward. If you haven't gotten it through your head yet, nothing I say will change that. Just don't mistake kindness for weakness. Naruto can afford to be nice, because of what he's capable of when he isn't. Tayuya looked between the retreating Naruto and Tenten, not understanding what she was being told. What the hell is that supposed to mean? He is his father's son, Tenten remarked cryptically, the kind of son a man who wants to change the world needs. She hoped that during this hunt for the masked man, no one got to see just what that entailed. Raijin no Ken in hand, Nawaki fended off consecutive attacks from both Kinkaku and Ginkaku. His granduncle's weapon held up in the face of the onslaught from the 2 powerhouse siblings. The 2 were big and strong in their own rights. Against most anyone else, their coordinatio N would have torn a single shinobi apart. But Nawaki was fit enough to deal with even the 2 of them. He knew enough about the treasured tools the brothers used to avoid being trapped by the various caveats that came with their powers. And yet, this had done nothing to hamper his combat abilities. Not bad, boy, Kinkaku complimented, noting Nawaki's ability to keep both he and his brother in his sights. Nawaki had fought faster shinobi. Not that they were slow, but compared to many of the other top-flight shinobi he had come across in his life, Kinkaku and Ginkaku lagged behind. They negated this disadvantage with their swarm tactics. The siblings were tremendous at trying to get a target to look the wrong way and finish them off. To counter this, Nawaki attempted to fight off of the walls, or anything in general that gave him the higher ground. Nawaki scoffed, springing off of rocks and mountain rubble to maneuver the gold and silver brothers in front of him. I'm in my 30s, you condescending ass. Still just a baby. Ginkaku shot back. Bashunin. Hai no Maki, banana palm fan. Coil of fire. With a wave of the fan in his hand, he sent a massive trail of flames Nawaki's way, trapping him on a perch with a creeping wall of fire. Face it, you're not a patch on what your elders were capable of. They had another of the treasured tools. Nawaki eyed the approaching fire closely, refraining from panicking. Maybe, but Tobirama Ojisama did train me and his lessons stuck. He clapped his hands together, holding his palms in place tightly. Sweden. Sushoha, water release. Water colliding wave. A spiraling vortex of water formed in the air around his body before exploding out, spilling forth with force. It extinguished the flames and spread across the battlefield, quickly filling up the pit they fought in. Ginkaku took refuge on a mountain wall, similar to how Nawaki had previously in the fight. In one move, he had altered the entire battlefield. Again, destroying the very mountaintop itself, he had basically created a lake all on his own. Well, I'll be damned. He can use a water jutsu that powerful without a source. Just like his granddaddy. Granduncle, Nawaki corrected. And thank you. You know, if someone like you put as much effort into finding a way to fight the clan wars as you do into treasure hunt the Senju clan might dominate the elemental nations. I don't have all of these great big ambitions, Nawaki said in regards to Ginkaku's critique. He looked out over the clouds of the high mountain they were on. It was a very peaceful, beautiful place. I wanted to lead the clan at one time, but I saw what that kind of power turned you into. I don't want it. Let sis handle it. I can do more where I am, and do what I love at the same time. He got to see the world. He got to meet all sorts of interesting people of all kinds. Shinobi, samurai, merchants, dignitaries. He got to uncover the mysteries of the past, and at Tim's he even got to hold relics of legend in his hands. His sister saw value in his ventures and let him do it. Just because he wasn't a clan head didn't mean he was incapable of fighting on par with them. Tsunade was stronger than him. But it wasn't by an insurmountable figure. On a good day, with everything going his way, he had a better chance than most of getting a win against her. I see, Gink, Aku said before tilting his head curiously. Do you also love getting pulled through solid rock? Nawaki's face twisted in confusion. What? Kinkaku lunged out of the wall, wrapping his arms around Nawaki's body. Doden. Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth Release. Double Suicide Decapitation Jutsu. He then dragged the man back into the wall with him. Ginkaku gleefully watched as a trail moved through the rock, every so often exploding outward. It was a telltale sign that Kinkaku was beating Nawaki to a pulp just underneath the surface. Eventually, Nawaki's body was forced out of the wall, flying through the air before splashing down into the water. Ha ha, outstanding, brother. Ginkaku complimented, clapping his hands as Kinkaku poked his upper body out of the wall, bowing in appreciation. That's what he gets for taking his eyes off of the ball. Exactly, Kinkaku boasted. The boy liked to talk too much. Like they always say, silence is golden. Words are the true source of the world's ills, right, brother? Before Ginkaku could respond, Nawaki popped out of the water, soaked to the bone and bruised, but otherwise not registering the damage done to him. Want to see something cool? Yes. Nawaki formed a tiger seal, and everything went dark for the two brothers. Kokuangyo no Jutsu, bringer of darkness jutsu. Neither Kinkaku nor Ginkaku could see a thing. It was startling to have one of their senses taken away from them so completely. They could still hear, feel, and smell though, for all the good that it did them. Recognizing it as a genjutsu, Kinkaku had the chance to dispel it after a moment. But Ginkaku didn't turn out to be so lucky. Before he could restore his vision, Kinkaku heard the pained scream of his brother. Upon shaking Nawaki's jutsu off, the same sight he was presented with was that of his brother, sliced clean in half at the waist, the two halves floating away from each other, blood and guts spilling out into the water. And there, unrepentant, and at the murder of one half of the gold and silver brothers, stood Nawaki, Raijin no Ken in hand, the instrument behind the death of Ginkaku. His head slowly craned up to where Kinkaku had last delivered a beating to him. I did ask if you wanted to see something cool. I never told you what it would be. Nor did he say who it would be cool to. An enemy dead at his feet seemed plenty cool from Nawaki's point of view. Unfortunately, Kinkaku didn't share it. The sight of his brother's dead body caused Kinkaku to hyperventilate. They had been playing around with what they'd assumed to be a Senju living off of the legacy the past titans of his clan had made. Meanwhile, he had never lollygagged. Every move he'd made had been done with purpose, to turn the battlefield to one of his licky. Negating their numbers advantage as best as he could. Of course, combat tactics were the last thing on Kinkaku's mind as he watched the two halves of his brother float away from one another. Something in him broke. Their powerful weapons were forgotten. Instead, a powerful cloak of dark red chakra covered his body. A Jinchuriki transformation, Naoki thought to himself as he watched Kinkaku lose himself. Interesting. He only had so long to think about it though, as Kinkaku launched himself at Naoki with a new level of viciousness. He ripped and tore through the water, lashing out with claws, swinging his tails to send powerful shockwaves flying at his target. Naoki kept his head about him and managed to navigate the danger presented to him, but Kinkaku's rage made him persistent. And his chakra cloak gave him defensive capabilities that allowed him to ignore the paltry cuts Naoki could deal out in return, even with his electric blade. A tail slamming onto the surface of the water disrupted Naoki's footing. And from there he was a sitting duck. A massive red claw came for his neck and chest. Bunshin Debakua, clone great explosion. Just as Kinkaku was to make contact and slice Naoki to ribbons, he exploded. The blast rocked Kinkaku, sending him flying into a rock wall. Before he could shake off the impact and pull himself out, the tip of the Raijin no Ken was shoved through his throat, stopping him cold. Naoki grabbed the hilt with both hands and carved the rest of the way through Kinkaku's neck, removing his head entirely. The chakra cloak dissipated, leaving behind nothing but a headless man to fall down into the water below. The Naoki that Kinkaku had seen upon restoring his vision had never been the real one. Immediately after killing Ginkaku, he'd made a shadow clone to serve as a decoy for the enraged brother. It was a good thing he had done so, because despite his preparations for the Gold and Silver brothers, he hadn't anticipated them having access to Tailed Beast chakra. The clone had given him a chance to observe and adjust for the changes in his original battle plan. When its time had come, it had also given him the chance to finish things in a single stroke while Kinkaku was still wondering what had happened. And about what had just happened, the Jinchuriki transformation. It was a mystery that needed looking into. Everyone treated Jinchuriki like monsters, abominations, because of that ability. To anyone's knowledge, the tailed beasts were all accounted for around the world. Only 2 of the 9 had been sealed into people. If Ginkaku, and maybe Kinkaku, could access abilities associated with them, research needed to be done. Real research, not just hearsay based on century-old superstition. But that was work that could be seen to later. We done? Naoki asked to no one in particular. Silence greeted him as the last man standing on the battlefield. Yeah, I think we're done. Now, it was just a matter of collecting the prizes he had come for in the corpses of his opponents. Perhaps his sister would be interested in taking a look at them. Any findings from that, along with bringing back some of their ancestors' honest-to-goodness weapons, would make her see that his excursions into the field were too useful to chastise him for taking. And speaking of people making themselves useful, all right, Sakura, fight's over. Get back up here and carry all of this shit. Sometime later with Naruto, northern islands of Mizu no Kuni. Relations between Naruto's party and their temporary hire to Yuya had been frosty ever since Naruto had threatened to murder her if she showed the same kind of treachery she had before, leading them into an ambush to test their mettle. That was fine. They didn't need to talk or be friends for Yuya to do her job and get paid. It was a good thing they were tough too, because they looked like they were well off. That would attract more bandits and people willing to try their luck to take what they had. They had already seen as much when they'd crossed a bridge to get from one island to another. They had paid bandits prowling around one end to prevent a fight. And a different set of bandits demanded a toll at the other end as well. They received payment in violence. They were not about to be ripped off on both ends of one bridge. At that point, to be fair, Naruto backtracked and proceeded to take his money back from the first group. Let no one say he was an unfair person. Naruto gave a content pat to his refilled wallet before he stashed it away safely. You said the bad stuff is farther in. Didn't you? Oh, you lot are talking to me now. Chiyuya responded with some sass before deciding the answer was important enough to reiterate, yeah. It is. Basically, Mizu is carved up in chunks of turf. So like countries in a country. Tenten asked. It would make sense. Mizu no Kuni was a ton of islands close enough to each other and far enough away from the mainland to comprise a nation. Chiyuya scoffed at the idea that there was any semblance of order in that country. Hell no. More like bandits under one asshole can fuck with people here, but they can't do it somewhere else. She explained, each of the 7 swordsmen basically run their own racket that dominates. You know, robbing, extorting villages, picking fights with other swordsmen when they feel like it. Question. Naruto chimed in, raising his hand like a student in class. What are the 7 swordsmen? Just guys with swords. Samurai. Chiyuya looked appalled at the ignorance. You morons don't know anything about the 7 swordsmen. Naruto racked his brain trying to drum up some kind of information that wasn't there. Is that, like, from a book or something? He flinched. When he saw Chiyuya take a gigantic breath, likely for some spirited insult, complete with cursing, we're not from around here. He defended. It was a good enough excuse for Chiyuya, but that meant S. He had no clear reason to lay into anyone, which irritated her. Son of a fine, she let it go with a huff. The 7 ninja swordsmen, all right, listen up. This is a Mizu no Kuni legend. A long time ago, the Sage of 6 Paths had 2 sons. He also had a bunch of badass weapons that we call the treasured tools. We know this stuff already, Kabuto said. We have Sage of 6 Paths legends on the mainland. Chiyuya immediately jumped on her opportunity to berate the weakest of the pack. Shut your mouth, cocksucker. You asked me, and I'm telling the story. He backed down out of fright from the feisty woman, which mollified her significantly. All right. So, years later, centuries later, actually a guy inspired by the treasured tools wanted to try and make his own set of badass weapons. B.U. No one knows what the fucking things look like, and I hear tell he liked swords. Seriously. Naruto deadpanned. How come all the legends I hear wind up being lame in reality? Kurama had shared plenty of accounts of things that shinobi had passed down for years as lore. Granted, the fox had an ego, so he wasn't exactly a reliable narrator, especially when he tried to relate everything to himself. Hey, I can see it, Tenten said. I don't think it's lame, either. Go with what you know. If I wanted to make my masterpiece weapons, I'd make ones I like. Hearing that from her got Chiyuya's interest. You make weapons. Tenten regarded her carefully, but couldn't pass up an opportunity to share anything about her passion. Yeah. Weapons are the only thing I'm good at, so I make them and use them. I wish you'd stop talking down about yourself like that, Naruto said, before trying to get to the heart of what Chiyuya was telling them. Anyway, these swords. This story has a point, right? Chiyuya huffed. Impatient. Yellow-headed prick. Yeah. Anyway, the guy liked swords, so he made the most kick-ass set of swords ever. But here's the kicker. He couldn't fight for shit. When a group of shinobi found out what he had and came his way, he didn't have a chance. She took her finger and drew it across her own throat. They killed him, took the swords, and ran amok. Naruto was wholly unimpressed. That's it. A dude made swords, and a bunch of other dudes took 'em. Yeah, Chiyuya said with a grin. Pretty straightforward, right? That's a word for it, Tenten muttered. But wait, these shinobi were a group. If they took the swords together, why did you say the 7 swordsmen fight each other and have separate territories? A predatory gleam came to Chiyuya's eye. Because shinobi fucks like you can't be trusted, she spat distastefully, taking great pleasure in the offense her words generated. Each one had a sword, yeah. But they saw what the others had. They saw how powerful their swords were. They got greedy. They wanted what the others had. So, they tried to kill each other and take their sword. Ever since then, all 7 swords have never been in one place. No one has ever had more than 2 at a time either. It made sense. If one amazing, superpowered sword made you strong, how powerful could you be with 2 amazing, superpowered swords? Or 3, or even more. Honestly, they'd all heard of worse reasons people chose to turn on their comrades. Do the swords get passed down? Tenten asked, very intrigued at the idea of powerful weapons with history behind them. Sometimes, Chiyuya told her, usually, someone just comes along, kills the one who has it, and takes it for themselves. That's how things work here, she said with a shrug. Naruto gave her a tiny smirk. It's really not that different from how things work everywhere, he said, so where are we going? From what you all say, you're looking for a ghost or something, Chiyuya said, that's bad for you. This is like the worst place to be searching for someone like that. Great, Kabuto drawled, in low spirits. Chiyuya rolled her eyes instead of completely berating him. She knew Naruto wouldn't be kind if she kept bullying the only doctor on hand. Don't be such a pussy, medic. All that means is we just need a little help. Naruto didn't like the idea of bringing more people into what he was doing. Hiring Chiyuya was one thing, but the more people got involved, the messier things would be. What kind of help? Chiyuya sighed. Well, golden boy, I have good news and bad news, she led on cryptically. Which one do you want first? Bad news, Naruto said automatically. Maybe whatever the good news is will make the bad news suck less. Chiyuya shrugged her shoulders to his reasoning and acquiesced. The bad news is, you're probably going to have to pick a side to get what you want, she said. The good news is, you've got like 7 sides to pick from. Having followed the train of conversation well enough, Tenten skeptically raised an eyebrow to Chiyuya's implied suggestion. You want us to get cozy with one of these 7 swordsmen? Chiyuya pointed Tenten's way and nodded. Got it in 1, buns. To find the guy you're after, you need more than just me. I mean, I'm fucking awesome and everything, but I'm not omniscient. I don't know everything, she said. You need to be like a fly on shit. A million eyes everywhere. Flies don't have a million eyes, Kabuto pointed out, ever the student of biology. Chiyuya didn't appreciate the impromptu tutoring. You know what I was talking about, 4 eyes. She said with a venomous look. Tenten took Naruto for a quick aside between the two of them. What do you think? It's not a terrible idea. We're kind of out on a limb here doing this all by ourselves. Naruto frowned. Tenten was right. He knew she was right. Yeah, but do you really want to risk getting stuck in a civil war? The last thing he wanted was to get him bogged down in doing the lion's share of fighting someone else's conflict. Sure, they could go by the channels that his father would have tried to use in the same situation, try and enlist the LP of a clan that he could then pose the question of unifying to. Something told Naruto that wouldn't work in Mizu no Kuni. Whatever influence clans there held, it was much less significant than it was in a country like Hai no Kuni. The ones with the power were usually the ones with the best information, and from what they'd learned, the 7 swordsmen were the force to be reckoned with around those parts. Whether Naruto liked it or not, they would have to break Minato's standard procedure if they wanted to get anywhere in their search. Tenten was more or less fine with it. However, I really don't see how this is any different from what all the other clans are doing on the mainland. Just replace all of the clans with sword-swinging jerks. You've got a point, Naruto said to his best friend. Mentally, he made his mind on the thought that this had nothing to do with helping his father achieve his goal. The hunt he was on was strictly personal. All right, he said, addressing Chiyuya, what do you know about these guys? We've got to go with the right one. Chiyuya scoffed at what she perceived to be a flighty answer. What does it matter which one you side with? Just pick one, do something to get on their good side. And get what you need. 2 reasons, Naruto said before holding up one finger. 1. You freelance in this country, so I'm guessing you've probably worked for one of them before. We aren't gonna be able to just walk in and talk to these guys. You can at least try and vouch for us. It had never come up, but yes, Chiyuya was tangentially familiar with a few of the 7 swordsmen, good point. What's the second reason? Naruto held up a second finger to join the first, because I know what all of them will probably ask for in exchange for helping us. We're gone. I have to take at least one sword off of someone else. Chiyuya visibly recoiled at the thought of this motley crew taking on one of the 7 swordsmen for another. Yes, Blondie was strong, and his weapon-toting partner wasn't chopped liver either, but that would have been asking a lot for anyone to do. I know you think you're hot shit back on the mainland, but why would anyone here ask you to do something like that? Because if we pull it off, great. Naruto exclaimed, sardonically, they get a sword in exchange for having their guys keep their eyes open for something they might see. If we fail and get killed, it's not like they lose anything. And if we have to give a superweapon to one of these swordsmen, I want to make sure it's not a complete head-chopping psycho. Tenten snapped her fingers and pointed Naruto's way as though he'd come up with something smart. Ooh, that's a good point. I didn't even think about that. I really don't want to be responsible for putting a despot into a better spot to throw his weight around. Again, with the sentiment. Chiyuya scoffed at the idea that any of them cared about the people of Mizu. What the fuck does it matter to any of you? None of you assholes live here. Tenten stepped forward to her, so that means we don't have to care about making things even worse. If you're really strong, I don't see why you would, Chiyuya replied smooth. THLY in regards to what she saw as their fake bleeding heart act, strong people don't give a fuck about anyone else. To them, weak people just get in the way. That's how it is. With that, she went on her way. Her job was to guide them. But she didn't care if they were ready to follow or not. Naruto, Tenten, and Kabuto all looked at each other before Kabuto spoke up. I don't understand. I mean, it's like she wants us to be bad people. Quote, Tenten offered a possible reason as to Chiyuya's continuous standoff attitude. Maybe that's just what she's used to. Like, she knows how to deal with people like that better, Tenten suggested. She seemed kind of okay with it when Naruto threatened her. Naruto remembered the confrontation. You mean when I grabbed her by the throat? He asked, getting a nod from Tenten that left him wide-eyed. Nah, he offered as a lame rebuttal. Yeah, Tenten replied, a grin making its way to her face at her friend's apparent discomfort. Don't look so startled. You shouldn't judge other people's romantic proclivities, you know. Her attempt to make Naruto more uncomfortable immediately backfired when he put his hands over his ears and walked off to follow Chiyuya. Tenten, no. I don't need details about how you like to get down. Come on, you're like my sister. Her mouth fell open as she immediately began to protest, red-faced. No. I wasn't talking about. I haven't even. She stopped and turned to Kabuto, who desperately tried not to make eye contact with her. The worst part was, she couldn't tell if Naruto had done it on purpose or not. I fucking hate you sometimes, Naruto, she muttered in defeat. Of all the places Anko expected their mission to take them, the grounds of a martial arts temple was not what she'd imagined. When they'd first come upon the place, she'd thought they were about to meet ninja monks. Instead, it was just a training place for dedicated students of a taijutsu master. Kakashi and Anko arrived in the middle of morning exercises. Dozens of men and women from all sorts of walks of life stood in formation, moving through their basics in unison with loud, hearty shouts accompanying each motion. Anko took in eyefuls of those she deemed good-looking as they marched past. As much as I love watching the sweaty masses go through their katas, what are we doing here, Scarecrow? Kakashi D his eyes on the man at the head of the class. It was a tall individual in a green jumpsuit with black bowl-cut hair, a look that many men there emulated in honor of their sensei, Might Guy as the premier hand-to-hand specialist in the elemental nations. Anko realized that a claim like that covered a lot of ground. That's a broad statement. Is he really that good? Kakashi wasn't the type to dole out compliments. But he was one to recognize dangerous and powerful people, without a doubt. I wouldn't say it if I didn't believe it absolutely. The man is hired to instruct nobles personally. He also runs training drills for standing militaries all over. That doesn't explain why we're here, Anko pointed out, attempting to flick the stoic Kakashi on the ear. Danzo managed to get into the fire daimyo's ear, Kakashi explained, tilting his head to avoid the fingertip. If he's playing a game of politics with the nobles, we have to start with others who've had dealings with them as well. It made sense. Even if Guy didn't look like the sort who would be capable of helping, and he'll talk to us. Kakashi-san. The loud call from the head instructor of the academy got everyone to stop in their tracks. After a quick word with a young man who was leading the class along with him, Guy sprinted with surprising speed, leaving a dust trail before stopping right in front of Kakashi. NKO stepped back reflexively as though they were about to be attacked, but all that happened was a rapid shaking of Kakashi's hand. Kakashi muttered to his teammate while he felt his shoulder being RKED in and out of the socket from the hearty greeting. I think the problem will be getting him to stop, he said before speaking up. Hello, Guy. Guy either hadn't heard the first bit, or ignored it. How have you been, my friend? Have you been stoking the flames of youth, working to further your employer's noble dream? He asked, gifting Kakashi with a million-yen gleaming white smile. Anko SW. Or she saw them sparkle in the sunlight. Kakashi had never been sure how to answer questions like that from Guy, nor why the man seemed to like him. Nobody liked Kakashi. Yeah, sure. It was at this moment that Guy finally seemed to notice Anko. The purple-haired woman almost felt like leaving Kakashi to his fate, rather than dealing with the odd shinobi herself. And who is this? Guy asked. What a lovely young woman. Kakashi. I'm pleasantly surprised in your tastes. Anko noticed the opportunity at hand, and jumped all over it. Hear that, Scarecrow? Come here and give Mama some sugar. She approached him, lips puckered and ready to kiss, only for Kakashi to grab her by the face. Don't be that way, honeybuns, she continued to tease. Don't you start, Kakashi said, without sparing her a glance. Her name is Anko, and we're not a couple, Guy. Besides, what did pleasantly surprised in his tastes mean? Guy's smile dropped a bit at having his theory debunked. What a shame. I merely assumed, because I've never seen you with anyone else. I always believed a good significant other would do wonders in solving your death wish. Kakashi sighed, knowing that last remark had gotten Anko's full attention. Great. Just more questions for later that he wouldn't be answering. Don't have a death wish, Guy, Kakashi droned as though he were speaking to a man who would not heed his words. Of course not, my friend. Might Guy was a well-traveled, experienced shinobi. The man carried himself like a blowhard, but was more on the ball than people liked to think. One did live that long and find themselves in the employ of so many without being attentive and intelligent enough to make it happen. Kakashi pointedly ignored the way Anko looked at him after Guy had brought up his apparent death wish. As much as I'd love to catch up, we did come here for a reason. Do you have a place where we can talk? Guy nodded seriously, before turning back to the head of the class, Lee. A close friend of mine has come a long way to speak with me. You're in charge. Continue the morning instruction. A young man, dressed similarly to Guy, only with wide round eyes and very prominent eyebrows, bowed in response. Yes, Guy-sensei, he bellowed before seeing to his master's wishes. Everyone, reset. And begin. The shouts with every motion made echoed out in unison. ONC. More as Kakashi and Guy went off to speak about the issue at hand. Anko followed, but lagged behind, eyeing Kakashi carefully. With Naruto Mizu no Kuni, Naruto and company reached another town, and conditions only seemed slightly better than what they had seen since first arriving in Mizu no Kuni. It was cleaner. The smell of sickness and death didn't permeate the air the way it did in the port town. But the people seemed skittish, and not any better off monetarily than any of the other common folk they had come across thus far. There were also some unsavory types, only more uniform Han the bandits and other rabble they'd come across on the roads. They wore hooded robes and displayed their weapons, gloves with retractable blades, prominently for everyone to see. A funeral bell and a bolt of lightning striking down caught their attention, prompting them to head near the center of town out of curiosity. As they reached one of the waterways running through, they came across a CGHT that had not only grabbed their attention, but the attention of everyone in the town that watched it float past. However, no one made a motion to do anything about it. The group of 4 stopped and watched as a small boat entirely engulfed in flames floated downstream. "What is that?" Naruto asked. Chiyuya frowned at the sight of the floating vessel burning on the surface of the water. "A funeral barge," she said. "Crap. We're in that guy's territory." The light from the fire glinted off of Kabuto's glasses as he watched the vessel curiously. Is that how people honor their dead here? Cremation wasn't foreign to him. Just doing it in such an elaborate way was. "There's nothing honorable about it," Chiyuya replied, turning to Naruto. "You were talking about avoiding certain swordsmen before. That's the handiwork of Kurosuke Raiga. And if that thing's still burning that hot, he probably isn't that far away himself. Look alive." Naruto felt that nothing good would come of learning more, yet he needed clarification. "What's his deal?" Chiyuya readily answered, if only for her own future well-being. The last thing she needed was her employers deciding to go to the wrong person and get them all killed. "He's probably one of the more unstable members of the 7 swordsmen, from what I've heard. If you do anything he doesn't like, or if he just doesn't like you, you get one of those." Tenten's mouth fell open in horror. "There's a live person on that. Keep it down, Buns." Chiyuya shushed her before correcting her. "There was a person on there. Pretty sure there's not much left of them by now." All of the foreign party seemed to react tastefully at what she figured they perceived as an act of barbarism. "Get used to that sight. You see a lot of them around here. Those guys we keep seeing, those are his goons. This is his turf." Kabuto shook his head in distaste. "That's awful." Chiyuya shrugged. "If it makes you feel any better, I'm 70% sure whoever's on that thing was incinerated on contact. No pain. So, this Raiga person was strong enough to turn people into ash with one move, whatever it was, and violent enough to do it whenever he felt like." Naruto quickly came to a decision. "Yeah, this guy's not getting another sword. You're making that call just off of that." Chiyuya chuckled. "Raiga's an unstable twat, I'll admit it, but his punishments are the tamest ones out of the 7. They get way worse than that, depending on who you're dealing with. At least with Raiga, if you stepped out of line you died quickly. But it was their decision in the end. Come on. If he's not the one you want to talk to, and he's definitely not, we've got a ways to go to get to one you'd be okay with. We've gotta go, like, now." She figured they should get out of their BEF. Or the Kurosuke family took offense to their presence. They weren't the only able fighters around, and they had the good sense not to walk around with their weapons out, but any chance of butting heads with them was too much. Plus, Raiga was a dogged bastard. If they got his attention, they'd only lose it once he killed them and had to find something else to occupy his attention. Naruto didn't reply at first. His eyes affixed to the funeral barge. So long did his gaze linger, that it gave Chiyuya time to perceive just what was likely going through his head. "Oh, hell no," she said upon realizing Naruto's train of thought. "Golden boy, no, leave it the fuck alone." Naruto glanced back at Chiyuya, getting defensive over her accurate assumption of his intentions. "What? You don't know what I'm thinking. It's written all over your face." Chiyuya sternly pointed in his face. "Don't go starting shit with the 7 swordsmen right now, any of them." She didn't care how strong he was or wasn't. Doing something dumb was still doing something dumb. Naruto didn't see taking Raiga down as a foolhardy venture. However, "Oh, come on. We were just talking about how we'd have to go after one eventually. Why don't we just hit this guy? Take his sword, and keep it for when we finally start getting in with whichever one we pick to work with." Chiyuya didn't see it so easily, "And when you dick it up and get killed, I'm just supposed to be okay with my ass being left to dangle." She had no plans of catching a funeral of her own because of her choice of employment. Besides, what are you going to do if you don't like the next one? Or the next one? Or the next one? You gonna fight all of them? To Tenten, that indeed sounded like a Naruto sort of approach to a delicate issue. Don't put the idea in his head. He absolutely would, she warned before appealing to Naruto on a more meaningful level. Naruto, we're looking for the masked man. We're not supposed to overthrow the power structure of an entire country. She was aware of how absurd it sounded that this was well within the realm of possibility. But what if the country really sucks? Naruto asked before turning to Tayuya. This place really sucks. He made sure to let her know, something's got to change around here. I haven't seen one good thing about Mizu no Kuni since we've been here. Kabuto tried his best to offset some of Naruto's negative attitude. I mean, there could be some good points we haven't seen yet. Kabuto, stop being polite, Naruto demanded of him before ticking off things on his fingers. The food sucks, the people suck. The towns suck, the weather sucks. Instead of being offended, or getting angry, Tayuya seemed more amused the longer he went. Mizu no Kuni sucks. Is Hai no Kuni really that much better? Tayuya asked. Naruto shook his head. No, not really, but it doesn't smell like wet, misty ass, with dead people in the drinking water, either. He had his share of problems with the mainland. But certain things like that weren't one of his issues. Tenten jumped in before Naruto could go any further, and your an were to fix things here is to create a power vacuum where tons of people will get killed before anything gets better. Ballsy as that is, golden boy, you might want to listen to your fucking squeeze there, Tayuya said, pausing momentarily for Naruto and Tenten to say in unison that they weren't like that. Or don't listen to her. I'd get more work, and I'd get to watch more of you shinobi whittle each other down. Of course, she'd have to survive Raiga murdering the lot of them first. But after that it would be smooth sailing in theory. The Kurosuke family kept tabs on the comings and goings of everyone in the village, and everyone that came through. It was necessary to find out who was worth shaking down for money, who was worth recruiting, and who was more trouble than they were worth to keep around. 4 strangers had recently appeared who seemed to fit with the second and the third. Even though they'd kept their heads down, they didn't seem to come from Mizu no Kuni. Everything about the way they looked, carried themselves, and reacted to what they came across proved this much. They kept to themselves for the most part, but the most annoying thing about them was to look at them, if that made sense. Compared to most other nondescript persons they came across who weren't part of their group, they looked healthy, flush with cash, and the life in their eyes. For 2 of the foreigners especially, it agitated anyone who looked at them. They couldn't wait to scramble to their boss and give him a reason to let them cause trouble. Never seen him before, boss, one Kurosuke family thug said, adding on to whatever report his cohorts could give of their daily findings. They look like some kind of shinobi. But not from no group I've ever seen or heard of. A tall man in robes similar to the rest of the Kurosuke family stood and looked out at the town. A hood covered his head from view. I don't like strangers very much. They always seem to have a problem with the good relationship we have with our villagers. You want us to give our guests a Kurosuke family greeting? That sounds like a wonderful idea. In fact, I think I'll lead the welcome wagon myself. It's always nice to meet new people. Sometime later with Naruto Mizu no Kuni. The seafood in this village was infinitely better than it had been where Naruto and company had first made land in Mizu no Kuni, so a good meal was a welcome comfort when they were still in an unfamiliar land. Even though Tayuya knew her way around, the rest of them simply had to take her word for it for all of the consternation she caused in some situations. Naruto looked around the table as Tenten sat around bored. Tayuya grumbled to herself, and Kabuto chowed down on his order. Kabuto, how's that curry, my man? Kabuto looked up from his food to shrug, smile on his face. It's all right. Having heard the idea to remain in the village for a little while to get their bearings, Tayuya voiced her disagreement. Fuck your curry. I'm not staying in the same town as Osuki fucking Raiga if you don't have a plan for dealing with him. Everyone else let out a sigh of annoyance and disappointment. Tenten more than anyone else, "So, we're sleeping in the woods again?" She asked rhetorically. "The woods. Where we were fighting mosquitoes, and rotating shifts to scare off bandits all night. Fun." Naruto couldn't help but feel the same. They had an advantage here, the guy doesn't even know who we are. What in the hell would he want with us? No one knew that they were potential players. As long as they kept their heads down until they left, no trouble should have come their way. That was the idea. In practice, this never panned out quite the way everyone hoped. A contingent of 10 Kurosuke family members entered the restaurant, spreading out to cover the dining area. Much to the silent fright of the customers. Stand up for the protector of the region, Kurosuke Raiga. As all of the restaurant's patrons quickly stood and lowered their heads out of fear, Tenten, Kabuto, and Tayuya all slowly turned their heads to Naruto with dry expressions on their faces. "What?" Naruto said defensively, "This isn't my fault." "Kabuto, what are you doing?" he added when he caught Kabuto moving to stand. All eyes now turned to a self-conscious Kabuto, who realized that none of his friends had taken a similar initiative. I'm gonna do the thing. You know, to avoid any trouble. Sit back down." Naruto reached out and pulled Kabuto down before he could lift very far off of his seat. "This Raiga dude could be the sage of 6 paths for all I care. I'm not bowing to anybody." For maybe the first time, Naruto and Tayuya were in complete agreement on something, seriously. Standing and bowing. No bigger way to write, "I'm a bitch, please victimize me," on your forehead than that, Tayuya said. Backing her temporary employer up, "And I don't even want to fight these motherfuckers." "Well, it looks like we might not have a choice," Tenten said, noticing that. All eyes of the Kurosuke family members present were scanning around, looking for something amongst the people they could see. What are the odds that they're not looking for us? Not odds that anyone would bet against. The 4 of them stayed tucked down in the booth, out of eyeshot from the gangsters. Anyone got a way out? Naruto sighed and sat up straight. "Yeah, one," he said, finishing the broth in his bowl before wiping his mouth and standing. "Tenten, get him out. You'll know when." "Oh no," Tenten muttered. Yet she didn't try to stop him. "Just be careful, and don't bring the heat back with you." Naruto grinned and gave her a thumbs up before sauntering over into the Kurosuke family's view, keeping the jovial expression on his face, despite the claws pointed at him. "Hey, guys. What do you think you're doing, meat?" Quote. Despite the threat, and the sharp weapons inching ever closer to him, Naruto never stopped smiling. "Sorry, I'm not from around here. I just want to help with any trouble I can so I can get moving without problems. Trying to make things as easy as possible, you know," he said with a shrug. "So, what's the issue here, and how can I help?" The Kurosuke family thugs looked at each other before sizing Naruto up. "You're one of those out-of-towners, aren't you?" "Yeah, you sure don't look like a local." Naruto took that as a compliment. "Thank you." "Shut up," the goon replied. "The boss is going to love to meet you," he said in a threatening manner. "I'd be happy to meet him," Naruto chirped, refusing to sell the potential peril he was in. "We should go right now. Don't want to waste his time." Quote. The group of hired muscle were thrown off by the seemingly passive demeanor of this shinobi. It wasn't what they were accustomed to. We'll see about that. With a gesture, a runner was sent off to go and get their boss. Naruto took the momentary pause to send a look to the booth he'd previously been in. His friends had since vacated their seats. Great. Hen the Kurosuke family went to escort him to Raiga. He'd slip away and meet up with them later. "Man. I guess we are going to have to camp out again tonight, damn it." Naruto's woes over having to end the night fighting insects and shooting dirty looks at bandits in the shadows had to wait, as instead of being led away, much to his chagrin, the man behind the Kurosuke family came to him. "How did Naruto know without a description from Tayuya?" Well, it was kind of obvious that the tall, jacked guy with the slim, fanged swords in his possession, who also happened to get a wide berth from even his own men, was the one in charge. Also, when a stray bolt of lightning hit a bowing bystander, dropping them to the floor in a smoking heap. All of the restaurant goers cried out before going silent, lest they attract the man's attention. Naruto glanced at the likely dead body. All pretenses of good cheer dropped at least until Raiga started speaking. The green-haired swordsman towered over Naruto with an unstable smile. "Ah. The outsider," he greeted. "What brings you to my humble slice of heaven?" Naruto tore his gaze away from the deceased individual and pasted his false grin back onto his face. "Oh. Just passing through looking for someone. Well, I do love to meet new people," the tall swordsman said with a chuckle. "I am Kurosuke Raiga." "I figured as much," Naruto said, before looking around the restaurant. "Everyone here seems afraid of you," he observed. Raiga's gaze followed Naruto's. Every person he looked upon did their best to keep their eyes off of him, even his own men. "There's nothing to fear. I protect this place. I even protect this place from itself from time to time. After all, Mizu no Kuni is a difficult place. Many terrible things can happen to people who don't know how to get along in this corner of the world." "Well, that's nice of you to be worried," Naruto said, feigning ignorance of the killer intent choking everyone else in the restaurant. The poor civilians were being brought to their knees from it. "You don't have to worry about me. I don't plan on staying for long." Before Raiga responded, he stopped and waited, as though he were listening to something. After a moment, an unnerving smile spread across his face. He beckoned one of his gang members over. "Take your men and head east. We've got some people who aren't as gracious of guests as our friend here. I would like to meet them." Naruto paled. Raiga knew that his crew was trying to split town without any conflict. Now he was going to force it. How? Is the guy a censor or something? In the end, it didn't matter. Now they would be under pursuit. It was clear at this point that Raiga wanted to get his hands on them for some reason, and Naruto had seen nothing to reasonably assume that it would be good. He was proven correct when Raiga drew the swords he carried and attempted to run Naruto through with them. Naruto sidestepped his way to safety, only for lightning bolts to fly from the tips of the blades, striking farther into the restaurant and causing an explosion. Civilians tried to run and take cover as best as they could. Naruto dove into Raiga and shoulder checked. "Ed him through the door and part of the wall, you psycho. Take it outside." He paid for his attempt at gallantry, when Raiga responded with an electric shock. "Gah!" Raiga cackled madly as the electricity coursed through his enemy's body. He held his swords to the sky and fired electricity up to the heavens. "I can't give you a funeral, but I can make sure nothing's left of you." Ikazuki no Kiba, fangs of lightning. Naruto's muscles locked up. Willpower wouldn't allow him to force his way through something that physics wouldn't allow him to. Not by himself. Kurama. "Got it. Shrug this off. I don't care to see what happens next." With a loud yell, Naruto went into his Jinchuriki form long enough to shake off the effects of what Raiga had done. As he did, Raiga brought his sword down, pointing at Naruto. By the time a powerful blast of lightning came down from the sky to strike him, he had vanished in a blur. Raiga's naked eye had been unable to keep track of him. In a move of daring, Raiga placed a second lightning strike right by himself on the side that Naruto had planned to blindside him from. The sudden attack forced Naruto to veer off before he took more damage. "Okay, how in the hell did he know where you were coming from?" That was a fantastic question. Naruto looked back at the path he'd veered through to get to Raiga, and then at where the ground had been destroyed by Raiga's counterattack. He'd kicked up dirt in his path, true, but he'd moved so fast, even the highest level shinobi Naruto had fought would have to avoid it first. Even Dad had to Hiraishi N out of the way the first time I used it on him before he tried to hit me back, Naruto thought to himself and to Kurama. No one who sees it counters it on the very first try. Well, this guy just did. So, now what do we do, Naruto? Raiga clocked him coming in once. That didn't mean that the man had his number. It just meant he'd have to keep putting in effort. We fight him until one of us stops moving, I guess. Keep it simple. At least it's my kind of plan. Ha 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 ha. Raiga laughed, his body engulfed in electricity. You see, We're strong. I told you, together, we're strong. You and I can take down the rest of the 7 swordsmen all by ourselves. Is he talking to his swords? Naruto asked out loud. Okay, yeah, this guy's not getting all of the swords. Raiga waited a moment before he kept speaking to seemingly no one. No, I'm nothing without you. You're the strong one. No one in Mizu no Kuni can stop us. On the rooftops, members of the Kurosuke family, numbering in the hundreds, stood, looking down at their master's battle from a safe distance, awaiting his command. Naruto looked around, finding himself surrounded, and steeled himself. He felt he could handle it, but that would take his attention away from Raiga. If Raiga could really clock where he was going somehow, he probably wouldn't hesitate to try and pick him off while he was mopping up his goons. He had 5 seconds to make a decision, and from there he'd have to wing it. Clones can handle the Kurosuke family. I've gotta smash Raiga. Before things could continue, the sound of a flute filled the streets. Everyone present the Kurosuke family. Raiga and Naruto felt the sensation of being stabbed in every part of their body. Some immediately fell down from shock, or passed out in a matter of seconds. Naruto remained on his feet for several seconds, gritting his teeth until relief came when the music momentarily stopped. A hand slapped Naruto hard on the back, getting him to 2rn around to see Tayuya with a flute close to her lips. Mateki. Jigoku no Hari, demonic flute. Hell's acupuncture, she said with a devious grin. Whoops. Did I get you, golden boy? Naruto stared with his mouth wide open. Oh, that bitch. Did she catch him in that on purpose? Because despite saying, whoops, she certainly didn't sound sorry about it, and because Kurama didn't feel it, he thought it was hilarious. Mwahahaha. Oh, that's good. That's great. Hate you. Naruto thought to Kurama, simultaneously wishing he could project it to Tayuya as well. Yo, she said intermittently through playing her flute to maintain the jutsu, move your ass. Tayuya kept playing, even as they took the opportunity to make themselves scarce. Naruto looked over at her with an irritated expression. Where's everybody else? Buns said someone needed to take you to where we were meeting up. And you volunteered. I'm the only one who can actually find my way around in this place. And clearly, I had the tools to pull your ass out of the fire just now, didn't I? Evidently so. Naruto didn't even know anyone that was particularly good at genjutsu. That was one thing Tayuya had that he wasn't accustomed to. And speaking of tools, I thought you used that guitar thing, he said, indicating the instrument still on her back. I have more than one weapon, asshole, Tayuya said with a roll of her eyes. Anyway, your stupid friends are way out of town by now. Do you have a way to catch 'em? They're not stupid. And yeah, Naruto said, hold on tight and brace yourself. Tayuya was going to ask him what he meant by that, when she found herself scooped up by the waist under Naruto's arm. What? Hey, what the fuck are you doing? Put me the fuck. The entire world disappeared into a blur right in front of her eyes. Naruto took satisfaction in the wave of nausea rolling through Tayuya's body. From where he held her, he could feel her stomach churn. Hey. I finally found a way to shut you up. Hold on tight. We've gotta do it again. No, don't. Once again, Tayuya saw the world in fast forward. This time, they stopped on the outskirts of town. Not that she cared where they were at the moment. URRP. You good. We've gotta do it again. Tayuya grabbed onto Naruto's pants tightly. Gonna puke. She hugged his entire leg when she felt him start to move. Stop. Gonna puke. Naruto held up when he heard Tayuya vomit on his sandal-covered foot, toes and all. Come on. We didn't even make it 3 bursts. He did his best to kick throw up off of his foot before continuing on. It was then that thunder rumbled in the near distance. He's still on us. Tayuya stood back on her own feet, wiping her mouth as the sound got closer. How did he break that genjutsu so fast? That's good shit. Naruto groaned. This guy doesn't quit. And how is he following us? I left him in the dust. Chiyuya growled in response. I told you, asshole, you don't just fuck with any of the 7 swordsmen. They don't forgive or forget. Raiga appeared 50 yards away in a bolt of lightning. Naruto stood prepared to continue fighting, while Chiyuya took up behind him with her instruments. Raiga took a few steps forward, looking more than happy to keep fighting, when he stopped and looked over his shoulder at something on his back. Why do you run? After all, you came here to disrupt things. You don't like the way I'm running things. He held up his swords. These equal power in this country. We have the power here. Power is everything in Mizu no Kuni, Chiyuya said. Quietly as a lightning storm started to kick up again, it's the only guarantee you'll survive. Naruto looked back at her momentarily before focusing solely on Raiga. They were out of town now. Which meant that he didn't have to worry about Raiga destroying homes or killing people trying to fight him. It also meant that he didn't have to worry about himself either. You should step back, Naruto said. Chiyuya didn't need to be told twice. Getting hit with a stray bolt of lightning, either from Raiga or from the heavens, was not in her plans. Raiga stabbed his swords into the ground, raising large thunderbolts that tore through the dirt and trees on its way to Naruto. Reiso, Ikazuki no Utage, Lightning Burial, Banquet of Lightning. Chiyuya and Naruto separated, jumping up into the trees. They had to keep moving to other trees in order to keep from being shredded, electrocuted, and burnt by Raiga's attack. Raiga poured more chakra into his attack, focusing more on Naruto, as light Ing strikes hit the ground at random all around him, nothing left. I'll keep going until there's nothing left of you. Naruto could easily identify that Raiga was throwing around a lot of power, and had yet to tire. The man had chakra to spare, which was fine. He didn't have time for a battle of attrition. Chiyuya watched as Naruto leapt into the air and created clones to keep himself aloft, all the while. He used them to close the distance on Raiga, crazy bastard, and she could have been referring to either one of them. Naruto eventually got close enough to dive at Raiga. He held out a hand, palm flat, fingers spread wide. Twisting it in a circle as best as he could, his other hand remained still over the top of it as something of a stabilizer. Fuden. Resengyufu, wind release. Spiraling typhoon. A compact-sized tornado flew out from Naruto's hands, cutting and blowing a path in Raiga's lightning storm and his wild snaps of electricity. Realizing that his jutsu was compromised, Raiga gave up on it and used the versatility of his swords to transition into another. He spun his swords in his hands and brought them up into the air. Lightning struck his body. A vortex of electricity formed around his body in the form of a dragon that he sent to strike out at Naruto. Raryu no Tatsumaki, lightning dragon tornado. You're dead, boy. Dead. He couldn't dodge, even if he did his little clone trick again. Naruto smiled to himself. He didn't have to worry about dodging. He was right where he wanted to be, even if Raiga had upped the ante in an attempt to take him down. Naruto's clones didn't just go away after he jumped off of them in midair. They dropped to the ground, and slowly cleared out the lightning all along the ground with their wind all the way to Raiga. Granted, none of them had been prepared for Raiga to change things up into a gigantic jutsu out of anger, but the clones only had to change their focus. With no more lightning on the ground after Raiga cancelled that technique. That only left the big electric dragon to deal with, which they did. All of them didn't survive, but enough did that they could go at Raiga's dragon and use their wind shock Ra to weaken it before they were forced to dispel. Naruto watched from above, transitioning from the Rasengyufu to a souped-up version of the tried-and-true original, Odama Rasengan, Great Ball Spiraling Sphere. The blue spinning ball of chakra in Naruto's hands tore through what was left of Raiga's jutsu and smashed into the man himself. The sound of thunder rumbling and lightning striking came to a stop with the sound of Raiga's bones crunching underneath the force of the enhanced Rasengan. Raiga's body hit the solid ground, punching a 6-foot-deep crater into it. After that, he didn't move an inch at Naruto's feet. He'd let go of the Kiba swords when he was smashed into the dirt, and the bundle that had been on his back bounced away a short distance. Naruto breathed heavily as he streaked oohed over his fallen foe before turning his head to the sky and letting out a scream of release and adrenaline dump of sorts. The fight had been the culmination of a week dealing with Mizu no Kuni's terrible conditions. And the last annoying hour of walking on eggshells around the Kurosuke family. Inside of his body, Kurama approved. Chiyuya kept her distance until it was clear that Naruto had gotten it all out of his system. Maybe Buns wasn't just talking shit the other day, she thought to herself in regards to Naruto. You done, you big psycho. Yeah, Naruto said, catching his breath as his heart rate settled down. Yeah. I think I'm done. Idly, he noted the irony in his putting a man who loved giving funerals into what could amount as a grave with his final attack. Really don't think he's getting back up after that one. Chiyuya gazed into the crater at Raiga's clearly broken body. If he managed to get back to his feet, let alone even be alive after the attack that Naruto dropped on him, Chiyuya would run for the ocean, jump in, and swim for it, because he was clearly undead. Victory aside, Chiyuya was still shaken up by being pursued by a sword-swinging lunatic, capable of calling down a force of nature to bolster his fighting power. I fucking told you not to fight with any of these assholes, she said, stomping up to Naruto to poke him in the chest. What did you even hire me for? If you're just gonna ignore what I said. I didn't start that, Naruto shouted. You didn't have to. Raiga's a fucking bag of mixed nuts. Chiyuya argued back. The second I told you where we were. The second I said we should have left, we should have left. They didn't have a base of operations. They didn't have a safe house. There was nowhere to hide. Nowhere they could go to rest and recover if anything went sideways. If they angered someone powerful enough to send people after them, or do it themselves if they so felt inclined, there were few options available to them. Naruto understood. He barely cared, but he understood. That being said, the worst-case scenario was starting something and not being able to see it through. They had. Raiga was dead. They weren't. That was it. What are you so pissed about? Naruto shot back. We had to take a sword off of somebody for this whole plan to find the masked man to even work. And, he trailed off, pointing to Raiga's corpse. It couldn't have happened to a nicer guy, as far as I'm concerned. Chiyuya blinked, considering what she knew about Raiga, the Kurosuke family, and how they dominated the region. You've got a point there, she said. Before becoming more alright with taking out one of the 7 swordsmen, well, no use crying over spilled loot. Speaking of which, she hopped down into the crater, and immediately began taking anything that looked valuable off of Raiga. After a moment, her eyes moved to Raiga's body and the bundle he dropped. You mind if I? Naruto didn't care about anything Raiga had been carrying. Other than the 2 Kiba blades. Yeah, knock yourself out. Chiyuya hopped out of the ole and trotted over to the wrapped bundle. Don't mind if I? She stopped cold after opening it up to see what was inside. What the fuck is this? What? Naruto asked. Does he use fingers, toes, and ears for trophies, or something? No but, the way Chiyuya hesitated to say anything LSE didn't give him much hope. To the contrary, there's a kid in here, golden boy. Naruto picked up the swords and turned to where Chiyuya was kneeling down. There's not a kid in there. How could a kid fit in there? Naruto said in disbelief as he walked over to check on her findings. Lo and behold, there in the wrapped bundle was a weak, unhealthy-looking child with purple hair and red eyes. He looked undersized and frail, like he would die if someone poked him too hard with a pillow, but he was definitely alive. Somehow, that summed up the confusion, both the Jinchuriki and the music. Ian Kunoichi felt at the child staring up at them in fear. All Naruto could think to ask was one question: does he count as loot to you? Because that would make their further interactions a lot more strained if she did. No, he fucking doesn't. As night fell and dragged on over the camp of Naruto's foreign contingent, he stayed awake. It was more than just because someone had to be on guard duty. He also had to make sure they had a plan, a route to take into an increasingly hostile country. The bandits and petty shinobi lying in wait along the roads had been nothing more than a warm-up. Kurosuke Raiga was just the beginning. Speaking of which, they still had no idea what to do with the boy they found. His name was Renmara, and he put up no fight, not that he could when his body was as frail as it was. He couldn't even walk. Once he was closed up in his bundle, he could hardly even open it without struggle. Kabuto had taken to watching over him, which was for the best, seeing as he was the only medical professional amongst them. But that just added pressure, putting another person with them that Naruto was responsible for, even temporarily. He was in charge. Everyone with him was his responsibility. Sure, Tenten may have demanded to come along, and Kabuto may have come along of his own volition as a favor to Tenten, but all of this was happening because of what Naruto wanted. This was a purely selfish mission to settle a personal score. Tenten was the one who got to hold on to the Kiba blades, the obvious reason being her love for and mastery of weapons. The though-chi of her reaction to that news made Naruto smile even hours later. The hug she gave him was tighter and more heartfelt than the one he'd gotten after giving the girl her latest birthday present. They would have to give the weapons up eventually, but for the time being, there was no reason that Tenten couldn't take possession of them. Maybe she could learn something about them. How to use them, perhaps. Perhaps she could study them and find something she could incorporate into her own future works. It couldn't hurt to let her try, so long as no one outside of their party learned that they had them just yet. Chiyuya had been doing her best to get them up to speed on how things worked in Mizu no Kuni. On the massive chessboard that was the chain of islands, the weapons of the seven swordsmen were key pieces. Now it was up to how they leveraged that power, and on that, Naruto had been racking his brain. His father was something of a revolutionary leader, and he himself had been trained by the man. And some of the best of Minato's top confidants who were all well versed in the delicate nature of navigating the minefield of the elemental nation's politics and relationships. If anyone was equipped to handle unstable foreign affairs, it was hilariously enough Naruto. The craziness from the day bled into the tentative calm of the night. The next step was the Big Island. According to Chiyuya, the Kurosuke family would be in shambles after Raiga's death. It would take some time for word of his death to spread, due to the way the country was set up, and that Raiga stuck to the north there was significantly less activity. That still gave them a window of time to find the Seven Swords owner they wanted to work with, to shop around a bit, before things went crazy when everyone realized Kiba was in the wind somewhere. The moon was out and bright as Naruto sat guard over the camp. If anyone came at them, it wouldn't be too terribly difficult to see them coming. It definitely wasn't difficult to see Chiyuya coming. She crawled out of the nearby tent, sans her straw hat, and walked over to the log where Naruto had taken a seat. "What are you still doing up?" he asked. "Go to bed." Chiyuya rolled her eyes. "I hate sleeping around you pricks." Which was the truth. She didn't trust any of them. They didn't necessarily trust her either, but with one person always standing guard. At least there was someone awake to ensure that she didn't get up to any hijinks. Chiyuya didn't have such a luxury in return. Naruto didn't comment on that, instead choosing to focus again on thinking about their next move. He needed to pick Chiyuya's brain at some point. They would be moving into the northern part of the mainland, which according to the map she'd marked up was the territory of Biwajuazu. Chiyuya moved to look over Naruto's shoulder at the map. He turned back to her with a bit of a scowl. "You're in my light." Chiyuya moved aside and plopped down on the other end of the log. The two fell into a silence for some time while Naruto continued to work out where they'd been, what they'd dealt with, and where they were going. "So, what's the deal with you guys?" The musical coon, Oichi asked after the two of them had been settled for a spell. "I know why you're here looking for some dickhead with a mask. But I mean aside from that." For the first time in over a week, Chiyuya had asked a question about them. Until then, she couldn't have been bothered. "What do you want to know?" "Not like I have any secrets," Naruto said. "I thought you shinobi types were all about your secrets," Chiyuya teased. "I don't know. I'm bored. What's it like on the mainland?" Boredom is good a reason as any other to try to get to know things. Naruto decided to go with it. It wasn't like there was anything he could tell to Yuya that she could use against them, honestly. It's not great. It's cleaner, but there's a lot of fighting all over the place. There's a lot of stuff that could be better. And you said Mizu no Kuni sucks. You don't even like where you're from. I wasn't born there, Naruto told to Yuya. He stopped and broke out a bigger map of the world as it was known at that point. He placed his finger Mizu no Kuni and dragged it over to where he wanted to show her. I was born on Uzu no Kuni, another island country, he explained. In case it wasn't obvious from the map, it was great there. Peaceful. It was a nice place to grow up, even if everyone in my clan hated me. Chiyuya soaked all of this in, noting the proximity of Uzu to the mainland, and its vast distance from Mizu no Kuni. Why would your own clan hate you? Other than you being an annoying ass. Why indeed? He'd asked that tons of times before he knew for certain, because my dad is a revolutionary. The way things have worked out for the Uzumaki clan, and they don't want to rock the boat, at least that's what I figure. From there, he trailed off, plus, that was before I had Kurama sealed into my guts. Chiyuya raised an eyebrow. She didn't know why he chose to mutter, "What's a Kurama, and why was he sealed inside of you?" How did that even work? Admittedly, her knowledge of Fuinjutsu was limited. I don't know why he's sealed inside of me, Naruto said, before hesitating on the next part. Also, Kurama is the real name for the Kyuubi. Hearing that an honest-to-goodness tailed beast was sealed inside of the person next to her caused Chiyuya to jump off of the log in fright. You have the fucking 9 tails sealed inside of you. She almost yelled. How? What kind of crazy motherfucker would? That's what I'm trying to find out. Naruto cut her off. The prick in the MSK, that's who did this to me. I want answers. Chiyuya settled down, seeing as how Naruto wasn't some beer. Cirque monster the way the hearsay about Jinchuriki went. She'd been around him enough and pushed enough of his buttons that if he were that volatile, he'd have gone off already, and you want to take a chunk out of his ass too, right? Probably. That wasn't the resolute answer Chiyuya had expected to hear, probably. Come on, golden boy. What kind of half-assed answer is that? I was expecting some hellfire and brimstone out of you. I mean, geez, you're a goddamn Jinchuriki. I don't know how mad I should really be, Naruto said, admitting his conflict. My life is kinda better now than it would have been. Even if it is way harder now, but it was the kind of hardship that he felt gave him purpose. It was more than he could say before any of it had happened. If the masked man never turned up, I probably wouldn't have met my dad. I wouldn't have met Tenten, or any of my friends. I wouldn't have met you either. Not sure if that's a good thing yet, though. Oh, fuck you, Chiyuya replied, good-naturedly, giving Naruto a rap on the shoulder. It was the closest they'd been to being on the same page since they'd met. In fact, Chiyuya had been noticeably easier on them since they'd proven they could hold their own. Especially since Naruto had taken Kurosuke Raiga and hammered him into the dirt. The good times were then unintentionally smothered by Naruto. So, you hate shinobi. Uya's face twisted into an annoyed grimace, and we were having such a nice fucking time, she said, showing her displeasure. Naruto held up his hands defensively. I was just curious. I'm not saying I need you to talk about it or anything. Just, if we're sharing stuff, you are a shinobi. You ever hear of self-loathing? Chiyuya said with a ghost of a smile before baring her teeth. Shinobi are might makes right bullies. Souped-up thugs at best, superhuman tyrants at worst. The only thing that matters to them is what they can take with what they can do. What can they get from someone, for something? Naruto didn't know how to respond to that at first. Were your parents shinobi? Chiyuya shrugged, idly chipping away at the bark on the log with her fingernails as she spoke. Who knows? If they were, they must have sucked at it. Seeing as how they sold me. Naruto almost choked on his own spit. What? People did that there. He hadn't seen it yet. Granted, he had only seen a few towns, and they hadn't had a lot of time to look around and take everything in, but to his knowledge he hadn't seen anyone in bondage. Chiyuya appeared to be a lot more blasé about the entire affair than Naruto expected. You've only seen one part of Mizu. The broke part that can't afford to put up slaves, she explained. Gird those loins, because this place gets way worse than what you've seen. Sometimes it goes there. Naruto wanted to reply that what he'd already seen had been pretty awful. But Chiyuya was telling a story, she was getting on a roll, and he didn't want to stop her every time he felt his anger rise. He could save that for the end. Chiyuya took his silence as acceptance and moved forward in her tale. I was sold to the nearest bigwig warlord, one of the 7 swordsmen at the time, by the way. He's dead now, so don't ask me the name. I don't want to think about that prick, she said with a bite to her tone. He wanted me to be a courtesan and made me learn how to play music first. I was 4. He put a flute in my hand and told me to blow. Then he smacked me when I didn't know how to do it right. She could remember the bastard as clear as day. Tall and fat, with long orange hair pinned up at the top. His face looked like a fish's, with small round eyes, sharp teeth, and markings on the side of his face. She could still remember the ringing in her ears from the first time she'd been hit. Why does a ninja need a courtesan? Naruto asked, trying to focus on the part of the story he'd heard that wouldn't put him in a near-blind rage to hear more of. Chiyuya flitted her hand as if to say, who knows? He wanted the people who worked for him entertained, I guess. Fuck if I know. When I played good, bad things didn't happen, so I got really fucking good, as fast as I could. He didn't teach you how to fight. Chiyuya looked over at Naruto as though he were a fool. Why would he do that? To make it harder to make me do what he wanted. Or so I'd know how to try and F. I'd back when someone wanted to do shit to me. She asked rhetorically. No one in their right mind would train someone they intended to abuse. Eventually, someone more badass than him rode into his compound, lopped his head off, killed a ton of his ninja, and took his sword. I took my chance and I ran. I didn't want anything else to do with you shinobi. But I can't spit in any direction without hitting any of you. Naruto's shoulders dropped. I just asked, because I figured you had to get it from somewhere. Someone taught you, didn't they? Even if it was just the basics. I taught me, Chiyuya declared, a wild look in her eye. So yeah, I am a shinobi, because I figured it was all I could do to keep from being victimized, she continued, a glint in her eye growing more dangerous by the word. It's better than playing in a tavern for pocket change to live off of. Better than selling my pussy in that same tavern to bastards who want to pretend they aren't just taking it. By then, Naruto's mouth had fallen open in horror. How old were you? Old enough, Chiyuya said in a way that didn't keep a squirming sensation from wriggling its way down Naruto's spine. Oh, get that fucking look off of your face. You know that shit happens. Naruto's eyes flickered red as he butted heads with her viewpoint. That doesn't make it any kind of right. They were in aggressive agreement. You're goddamn right it doesn't. But don't look so shocked. Chiyuya snapped. You've seen this place, what it's like. What kind of chance do you think a girl with nothing but a flute and the clothes on her back had? She asked rhetorically. So, by this point, I'd been around you types for 7 years of my life. I'd been biding my time picking up tricks here and there since I was 4 and eventually I got good enough to turn those tricks back around. And I did. Genjutsu clearly became her discipline of choice for a reason. What easier way to get the upper hand on violent brutes who didn't think than by turning that lack of thought against them? She could dominate her enemies in a way that they never could to her. She wasn't lying. Nothing about her story had tipped him off, and that aside, there wasn't a reason for her to lie. He was already traveling with her. He was already paying her a wage until they left Mizu no Kuni. There was nothing to gain from getting his sympathy. Chiyuya stared out at the moon's bright reflection on the water, her boiling temper having cooled down. Being a shinobi pays way more than playing music on the road, and people tend not to fucking touch you when they know you can kill them. So, that's what I've been doing for the last 3 years. Naruto could fill in the relevant bits on his own after that. From then, somewhere along the line, she came across them. Received an offer of pay that she couldn't refuse, and more than a week later, there they were. And that's that, Chiyuya said with a deep sigh. Any questions? Anything you want me to go into vivid detail on? Or did I say enough to leave the horrible bits properly to your imagination? Naruto tried to think of what to say. What would be appropriate? He started, that really sucks. I mean that really sucks. Chiyuya smirked grimly. It's okay. I wouldn't know what to say to that story either, and she had actually lived it. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Still trying and failing to be eloquent. Yeah, I mean, it's not like anyone teaches you the right thing to say when things like that comes up. I mean, if your parents died instead of selling you off, I could at least settle for something like, sorry for your loss, or, that must have been really hard. But this, it's a bit more. I know, Chiyuya said, taking some of the pressure off of him. And yet, he kept trying to talk. Naruto shook his head, squinting hard as he continued on, getting more and more flustered. I don't want to say something stupid like, I'm sorry, because that just annoys me, personally. When people do that, it's like, what the fuck are you apologizing for, Titibeo? You didn't do it, you couldn't stop it, and I don't want it to seem like I'm pitying you or anything, because you don't need it. Nobody can do anything about it for you now. You got yourself out of it. Also, I don't want to feel what it's like to get hit with a guitar for pitying you. Chiyuya let out a snort of laughter at that. And we don't need to talk about it anymore. Not because I don't know what to say, but because it's out there now. Titibeo, Naruto said, his voice growing quiet. I know it happened. I know you were telling the truth. It's not like it changed my opinion of you at all, because I don't think it matters. And besides, who cares what I think anyway? He tried to finish in the best smile he could muster, given the topic at hand. Chiyuya sat back and stared at Naruto for several moments. Naruto simply stared back, afraid that he had somehow offended her in his honesty. Eventually, Chiyuya spoke, a thoughtful tilt to her head. That wasn't a bad answer, golden boy. Really, if you felt the need to try and get to the bottom of my fucking feelings, I'd have drowned the both of us in the river. Naruto still had one question for her. Why'd you tell me all of that? A great question. One that Chiyuya didn't have a definite answer for, even to herself. I dunno. You have the kind of stupid face where it feels like I can tell you anything, she said, getting an insulted grunt out of Naruto. I figure, it'll either go in one ear and out the other, or you will keep it under lock and key until your dying breath. Not like you knowing any of that gives you any power over me. It was the same reason Naruto had told Chiyuya anything to get the ball rolling in the first place. No one'll hear it from me, Chiyuya, he assured her. That's your thing to tell. It ain't my place to spread your history around. It's no one else's business. Damn straight. Honestly, it was nice to sit and tell it to someone, to anyone. Chiyuya had never gotten the chance to talk about herself and her life before. No one cared, and she didn't tend to stick around anyone long enough to work up the nerve. It wasn't like Mizu no Kuni was filled with trustworthy, easygoing types. The awful things she'd seen and had to experience with before finally working up the power to fight back and stick up for herself. She'd just had to squeeze it all into a ball and carry it in the pit of her stomach. She was a very angry girl, for obvious reasons. She was 15 years old, and in 11 years of dealing with shinobi had never had an interaction with one that didn't end with someone trying to exploit her in some way. Until now, at least. It remained to be seen if what she'd gotten from Naruto were really his true colors or not, but he hadn't screwed up yet. He and his crew had been straight shooters with her from the moment they'd met. Despite the rocky start, Naruto had made sure she'd ingratiated into the group as smoothly as possible for as long as she'd be working with them. Naruto himself had even heard out her sob story, hadn't judged her, hadn't pitied her, wasn't going to hold her past over her head. And wasn't going to spill the details to anyone else that hadn't been there to hear it. No one else was going to find out but him. That put her mind at ease. I'm going back to bed, golden boy. Right, see you in the morning. Chiyuya actually slept fairly well that night. Hino Kuni Maeda Guy's taijutsu dojo. Maeda Guy had never been one of the sorts to fall in line with the dreams of others. The man lived by a philosophy of keeping to his own strict rules in a wild world, and he tried to teach the same mindset to his pupils in the School of the Eight Gates. Most of them, however, simply defaulted to doing things Guy's way, which he didn't mind, but missed a lot of the point. Guy was brash, believed in strength of self, and was oddly charismatic. His abilities and his personality had taken him far in establishing relationships all over the planet. He was well-traveled, he wouldn't fall for anyone's tripe, and most importantly, if he had seen something off in his time working elsewhere, he would remember it. This was why Kakashi had come to him. They needed more on this Danzo individual, and as flamboyant as he was, Guy was as reliable a possible. To have seen him as any Kakashi could trust. Guy heard Kakashi out until the end of his tale before finally giving his thoughts. Though individuals targeting your unification group isn't new, I can see why this one has you concerned. Old friend. Concerned was an understatement. No matter how imposing the threat usually was, as long as they could identify what it was, there was something they could do about it. They had no knowledge on who or what was out there stalking them, plotting against them. The thought made Kakashi itch. He didn't like it. Jiraiya usually has some kind of pre-ding knowledge of our enemies before they show themselves, he said. There's nothing he can tell us about this one. Anko scoffed and kicked at a pillar. He got the fire daimyo to send his biggest and baddest at us. He knew where and when to best get at us. He has agents in a sovereign clan. Maybe more clans than we think, Kakashi continued, but since we can't just go from place to place and ask every clan that won't try to kill us on sight to vet all of their members, we've got to go to the source. As in, take out the person who would be calling these particular shots. Kakashi let out a sigh. He hated asking for assistance. But it was necessary. We need your help, Guy. He was last seen in Hino Kuni's capital. If you've seen anything. Guy frowned and shook his head. I'm not certain. Ain't that I can help you with what you're asking, Kakashi. I've been all over, yes, but I don't believe I've ever seen a man like the one you're describing, and I can't recall the last time I was anywhere near the capital. It wasn't what Anko wanted to hear. She looked to Kakashi, as he had been the one to assure her that they would find something worthwhile from coming to Guy's dojo grounds. Now what, Scarecrow? Guy looked apologetic at not being able to easily help out. I am sorry, my friend. At the very least, please, stay the night before you move on. Despite Anko and Guy's newly dour moods, Kakashi still kept his standard demeanor. Ma, don't worry so much, Guy. These sorts of things are always trial and error. The next day with Naruto Mizu no Kuni main island. Finally, making it to the main island hadn't presented them with any better views. The first place they came across was a wide marshy area, covered in thick mist. The place could have been the most gorgeous ECE of natural splendor they'd ever been around for all they knew. They couldn't see farther than 10 feet in front of their faces. I sure hope we're going the right way, Tenten eventually piped up. Not like there are any landmarks or signs we can see. Anyone else think we might be lost? Kabuto said. Naruto grunted at the lack of faith in his ability to guide them. We're not lost. We're heading south. How are you sure? Naruto stopped and turned around. Deadpan expression on his face. Ocean that way. He pointed in the appropriate direction. We aren't so far along that I forgot which direction we're heading. Chiyuya hummed in interest. I wasn't aware you had a nose for navigation, golden boy. Naruto puffed out his chest, prepared to brag. My clan is good at sailing and stuff. You can say whatever you want about me, but 3 things I know I can do are fuinjutsu and going in the right direction. Chiyuya let out an amused snort. That's only 2. What's the third thing? Math. She asked sarcastically. Naruto flipped her the middle finger in response. Shut up. Tenten noted the closer proximity of Naruto and Chiyuya. Before yesterday, Chiyuya kept a healthy amount of space between herself and anyone else. Today, She was just about walking in step with Naruto. When did you two become friends? She asked with a scrutinizing gaze. Right around the time Tayuya threw up on my shoes. Naruto replied with a laugh, remembering having to clean barf off of his toes once they'd stopped. Thankfully, he had a second pair of shoes packed. He'd buried the other ones on a beach before they crossed islands. Tayuya gave Naruto a shove and put some distance between herself and everyone else. We're not friends. I just hate him slightly less than I did yesterday, which is more than I can say for the rest of you. The feeling's mutual, Tenten said. Tayuya faced off with her, ready for a challenge. Get bent, buns. A confrontation had been brewing for a while. Naruto knew it. Kabuto did also, which was why he made it a point to never stand between them. Long distances took a toll when you actually liked who you were traveling with. Tenten and Tayuya hadn't liked each other from the beginning. Girls, you're both pretty, Naruto quipped, turning their respective ire away from each other and onto him. Before that could manifest itself into anything, he stopped the party in place. Wait. Do you guys smell that? Kabuto sniffed at the air, looking around to try and find what Naruto was talking about. Smell what? All I can smell is the moisture in the air. Naruto wasn't an Inuzuka. He didn't have enhanced senses, but he knew the scent of a battlefield, even if it was somewhat moist. How can you guys not smell it? Seriously, it's like, strong. Kurama, I'm not wrong, am I? He thought to his tenant. Kurama took a moment to take their surroundings in. It didn't take long. What he was looking for permeated the very air. I do sense a lot of negative emotions around here. There was a fight nearby. A big one. You're heading right for it. Eventually though, they began stumbling across the aftereffects of said fight. Got a body here, Tayuya was the first to call out. Poking at the motionless body with her foot. Seconds later, Tenten was the next to stumble across a corpse. Over here too. Kabuto had seen and observed several by then, and D already started checking them over for causes of death. There's bodies all over the place. Knew I smelled blood, Naruto muttered, though there was no reason to take any pleasure in being correct. He walked over to where he saw Kabuto observing bodies and saw the massive gash just above the hip and below the rib cage of the victim. Holy crap. What did this guy get hit with? Is it the same thing as this one? Tenten asked, looking down at another dead body, one of an unfortunate kunoichi. This one's missing 2/3 RDS of her head. Kabuto stopped in the middle of his field autopsy when he Otaked Renmara from his place on his back. The frail boy's attention was somewhere out into the mists, his eyes glowing red. They hadn't asked about it, but it seemed to be some kind of dujutsu. He silently gestured to Naruto, who nodded and created a handful of clones to spread out and dart forward in search of trouble. Tenten and Tayuya followed suit and moved in, eventually coming across a fig. You were in clothes common to what they'd seen in Mizu, a blue kimono top with brown pants. The only notable thing was the white porcelain mask with red markings on his face. No one knew what to do, and in fact many of them had the wrong impression of things. Tayuya looked to her temporary comrades, stopping on Naruto. Is this your masked guy? In fact, Tenten and Kabuto also wondered the same thing. By how Naruto paused at the sight of him. Naruto frowned. Not even close. He would never forget the sight of the person that sealed Kurama inside of him. No. It doesn't look anything like him. Let him go. The masked individual's body language showed he was extremely put out at being surrounded, and quickly took the offer to flee, not even bothering to stick around for any questions from anyone else. Wait, Tenten fruitlessly called out after him, a moment too late after he disappeared in a shunshin. Do you know what this was about? Hey. Tayuya held out a hand to bar Tenten before she could jump off in pursuit. Let him go. There's nothing he could tell you about this that me or the kid on Dr. Boy's back couldn't. Tenten looked around, and then to Tayuya, curiously. You know who did this? These are Biwa Juazu's guys. That's his emblem, Tayuya explained, pointing to a red gridded semicircle on the armored chest of one of the dead bodies. Which sword does he have? Kubikirabushu. Big-ass broadsword with a hole in it. That seems structurally unsound. Kabuto was still kneeled down, getting a better look, despite the violence of the scene, judging from the chunk he took out of this guy. I'm guessing it works just fine, he said. Hey, Tayuya. You said these were shinobi belonging to Biwajuazu, right? Yeah, and Kubikirabushu is his sword. Last time I checked, but Kubikirabushu made these wounds. Yeah, so, why are his fighters all dead from wounds consistent with his sword? Chiyuya's eyes went wide at missing the obvious. That is a great question for eyes. And it's not one that I have an answer for. Kabuto looked away embarrassed for a moment. That had been the most respect she'd ever spoken to him with. While doing so, he noticed the boy on his back staring off and remaining perfectly still, as though he had caught the attention of a predator in the wild. Renmara. Someone's watching, Renmara replied quietly. With that, the mists let up slightly, revealing a tall figure walking their way. As it got closer, everyone saw it to be a tall, muscular man with grayish skin, spiky black hair, and small, thin eyebrows. He wore baggy, striped pants and matching camouflage leg and arm warmers. He went shirtless, and over his shoulder and chest was a harness for the large sword he carried that looked remarkably similar to Tayuya's description of Kubikirabushu. The man chuckled as he came into view. Well, I guess there's no use hiding from you. He pointed the length of his imposing weapon at Kabuto and Renmara. That boy on your back has been eyeing me since the moment you got close. Naruto stood up straight to face their new potential foe. He was covered in blood, and none of it was his. Biwajuazu, I presume? He asked, sounding deadly serious. The man shook his head. Hey, no. Momochi Zabuza, actually, he said, introducing himself. At that, he held up a disembodied head with dark gray hair, sharp teeth, and red grid-shaped markings covering his jaw and a scar on his cheek. There were bandages around his ears and neck, cut off and dripping gore. You hear that, Juazu? These kids were looking for you. Naruto quickly lost his business-like demeanor at the grisly display. Ah, dude, you're keeping his severed head at your belt. Ah, that's intense, he complained. That's not sanitary. Kabuto, is that sanitary? Tenten rolled her eyes. Is that really what you're worried about right now? He's not carrying any of our heads. Chiyuya ignored the byplay between the two old friends. He pinged her attention solely on the killer in front of them. Oi. I don't know this guy. But if he's walking around carrying Kubikirabushu. Naruto stopped her right there. Yeah, if he was carrying it. And the head of the person they thought had it, he was clearly dangerous. Naruto could put that much together, at least. So, why were you looking for my friend here? Kubikirabushu's new wielder asked. If you were looking for your own piece of him, I'm afraid I beat you to the punch, and if you came for his sword, well, he narrowed his eyes threateningly, finders keepers. We didn't come to take that sword. Kabuto quickly assured him. Disbelievingly, the man shrugged his shoulders. Can't see why else you'd want anything to do with this guy, he said, hooking Biwajuazu's head to his belt. HN. This little conversation will have to wait. Everyone else felt it too. Something in the atmosphere surrounding them had changed. More of the mist dissipated, showing dozens of figures, all various shapes and sizes, in various forms of dress. The one constant between them, however, were the white porcelain masks with differing red designs. Naruto and his friends drew close together, back to back. Even Zabuza came together with them, instead of standing against them. The numbers that clearly weren't on either of their sides were too heavily against them not to do so. Chiyuya's fingers itched to reach for her guitar or flute, but figured doing so would invite an attack. So any of these guys your target in the mask? God, I hope not, Naruto replied, eyes darting around nervously. But I'm still not feeling it in my gut, you know. And by his gut, he meant Kurama. The fox could see what he could see, and if he was uninterested in any of this, despite the danger, it meant none of these people were the right one. Tired of the standoff and ready to get to the murdering, Zabuza moved his massive sword from his shoulder, prepared to start swinging. I wouldn't do that, Zabuza. The sound of a woman's voice forced Zabuza's spine to momentarily stiffen. Crap, he muttered to himself before holstering the weapon. All right, fine. Let's get this over with. Everyone looked at him in shock at actually backing down, and then to the beautiful woman who walked alone through the line of shinobi and kunoichi in masks. The woman was tall and fair-skinned. Her auburn-colored hair was tied in a top knot that descended down her back to her ankles. She wore a long-sleeved blue dress, cut low at the shoulders. Underneath, she wore mesh armor that went from her shoulders down her high-heeled sandals, over which she wore shin guards. She smiled at everyone, bangs concealing one of her green eyes from view. Would the rest of you also be so kind as to come with me? Despite it being phrased as a question, with the multitude of weapons pointed at them, everyone else didn't feel like it was much of a request. Hino Kuni made a guy's taijutsu dojo. When the next morning had come for Kakashi and Anko, the latter was anxious at a lack of ideas swirling for what they would do next. It wasn't like they could march into the Fire Daimyo's court and strain the information out of anyone there. Sure, the Guardian Ninja had been decimated, but there was still an army of thousands in place. What a bust, Anko said, checking over her travel pack as she prepared to head out, all this way for nothing. Not even a link to another lead. Kakashi hadn't done anything to prepare to leave since they'd woken up. It was getting late in the morning. If they wanted to get anywhere that day, they would have to head out soon. I wouldn't say that. Anko looked at Kakashi, curious as to how he'd made that consideration. Guy said he'd never seen or heard anything about Danzo. Yes, he did, Kakashi agreed before reaching into his supply pouch to pull out a photograph for Anko to look at. Funny how Jiraiya-sama's contacts were last able to get this photo from the capital of Guy at work training officers in the daimyo's standing army. That was why Kakashi was intent on going to him first. He was the last person they could speak with that had been anywhere near Danzo. Anko took the picture to look at and saw as clear as day that it was exactly what Kakashi had described. He said he couldn't remember the last time he was at the capital. Was your friend lying? Kakashi took the picture back and tucked it away. Absolutely not. Guy never lies. He told the complete truth. He has no recollection of being anywhere near the capital, which means he didn't remember for a reason. The memory had been more or less wiped. I don't think it would be wise to underestimate anything about this man. Guy or Danzo? Kakashi didn't allow himself to be caught up in a cheeky response, both. If Guy was around the court at the same time Danzo was whispering sweet nothings to the Fire Daimyo, he definitely noticed something. Okay, so, same question from last night. What now? Kakashi stood, fully outfitted, but planning to keep his bag in the room for the time being. Now, of course, I bid an old friend the pleasure of a spar before we go. Just to see something, he offered a hand to help Anko stand. Do you want to watch? Despite looking disappointed at how mundane Kakashi's answer was, she still agreed, taking his hand to let him pull her up, not like there's anything else to do around here but train and watch others train. You'd better make it a good show. Kakashi chuckled as they left to search for Guy. I'll try not to disappoint. Mizu no Kuni main island. Why couldn't anything ever just be straightforward? All they had come to Mizu no Kuni to do was search for Naruto's masked man. Sure, in the end they came up with a convoluted plan to try and get the locals to help them search, using local politics pitting the various parties against each other to their advantage, but actually once anyone took the time to think about that, it made sense as to why the entire thing would fall apart. But Tenten had at least hoped that they would get more than 30% of the way into the plan before that happened. So, there she sat, in a ill cell in the bottom of a castle an hour farther inland from where they had been before. Renmara had been taken away from them and handed over to a doctor. He must have known who they were, because he had no qualms with leaving. They didn't clap him in irons or anything. In fact, he was treated fairly well. It was confusing. Tenten had been separated from Naruto and Kabuto, and locked up with the Last person she'd have wanted to be stuck with out of their entire party. I might even have taken Zabuza over her. Severed head and all, at least then she might have been able to kill time by asking him about Kubikirabushu. You say something, Buns? Chiyuya asked, from where she'd been lazing about on one of the two ratty cots in the cell. Nothing that matters, Tenten replied, sinking to sit on the floor, cheeks in her hands. This whole trip has been a complete mess. Not that I expected it to go well, but still. Chiyuya understood. Getting thrown into jail by these weirdos, probably. Not on a top 10 list of great moments in your life. She looked around to see how close the nearest guard was before lowering her voice. So, when are we busting out of here? We might not, Tenten said bluntly. At that, Chiyuya sat up with jolt, still keeping her voice down. Are you kidding me? Golden Boy is probably strong enough to take these clowns out and give us a head start whenever he wants. Tenten nodded. That's right. Naruto can turn this place on its head whenever he wants. They don't know that yet. If they did, they would have taken more security measures in binding him than they did. If it looks like things are going south, I guarantee that's what he'll do. And then what? They took all of our shit, even to Yuya's instruments, despite her best efforts to convince their captors that they were just the tools of her trade as a traveling musician. When they'd been confiscated, she'd let out an unholy torrent of obscenities. They even took my fucking hat. Tenten looked at Chiyuya with a raised eyebrow. As though she knew something the other girl didn't. You think they took all of my weapons? Chiyuya was uncertain after hearing the confidence in Tenten's tone. They took all of your packs and scrolls. She said, as though it were obvious. They'd all been frisked, and every potentially dangerous thing they'd had on them had been taken. To her credit, Tenten had been armed to the literal teeth. Where else are you hiding enough weapons to put up a fight? I can have my secrets, Tenten smiled to herself. Besides, Kabuto is out there with Naruto somewhere too. Chiyuya visibly deflated at the reminder that Kabuto was the only backup their primary combatant had. Oh yeah, the cream puff. I forgot about him. In her mind, he'd probably be a hindrance more than a help. Kabuto's not a. Tenten started to defend Kabut's toughness before Chiyuya gave her a deadpan stare. Okay, he's kind of a cream puff, but you really should be nicer to him. You don't want tea. He only person around who can put you back together pissed off at you. He was the medic. Nobody smart messed with the medic or the cook. That was day one stuff. That's fair, Chiyuya accepted with a sigh. Both girls sat in boredom until Chiyuya felt the need to amuse herself. So, which one of those two are you banging? Even in the dingy cell, the red that rose to Tenten's cheeks and ears could be seen. What? A victorious grin split Chiyuya's face. Tenten's flustered reaction was like a drug to her. She needed more. Yeah. Golden Boy or Four Eyes? Which one? I've gotta say, you're doing a good job at keeping that shit a secret so far. I can't tell. I'm not with one them. So, both of 'em. You get the sensitive, smart one and the tough, spirited one. Look at you. Go, Buns. Tenten so. Rely wished she had something to throw across the 6 feet that separated them in their cell. Neither one of them. None of them. I'm not sleeping with Naruto or Kabuto. A guard coughed near the doors to the jail, indicating that he could hear her yelling. Shut up. Really? Chiyuya asked, honestly sounding surprised. Huh. That's a waste. Tenten huffed, wrapping her arms around her knees to duck her head and brood. Platonic relationships are a thing, you know. Yeah, like I said, a waste, the pink-haired girl said without missing a beat. Golden Boy especially looks like he can sling dick if you give him the chance. Never did Chiyuya's rampant vulgarity cease to amaze Tenten, which was saying something, seeing as how she knew Anko. I don't want to think about, why are we even talking about this? Because you said it yourself. We're waiting on whatever Golden Boy is waiting on. Until then, we've got nothing to do but stare at bars and walls. The girls settled back into silence. Eventually Chiyuya started drumming her fingertips rhythmically off of the wall nearest to her cot. It was actually well done enough that Tenten didn't mind the sound. It also gave her something Say to try and establish a rapport with the girl. So you play music. Tenten started somewhat lamely before coming up with an equally pedestrian question to match. How many instruments do you play? Chiyuya started to count on her fingers on the hand she wasn't using to drum. Once she got past 5, she shrugged and gave up. Do you sing too? Not for free. Not even to piss off the guards. Chiyuya gave Tenten an arrogant smirk. I guarantee, if I start singing, it won't piss them off. Not even a little bit, but that did give her an idea. You think these fuckers have keys on them? Meanwhile with Naruto, we're going to die. Chill out, Kabuto. We're going die, and these guys in the masks are gonna kill us. Naruto rolled his eyes as he, Kabuto, and Zabuza stood on a platform. In the middle of a boiling pool of water. No, we're not. No, they're not. He looked around at the 24 similarly attired masked individuals around the pool. I really don't think they're related to the guy I'm looking for. Kabuto rammed his head into Naruto's side. The blasé way he was reacting to everything was ruffling the medic's feathers. How do you know? All you've had to go off of foe. Our years is that whoever you're after has a porcelain mask. He gestured with his shacked hands to their captors. Well, here you go. Zabuza chuckled from nearby. He's mouthy when he's scared, isn't he? Kabuto turned to glare. Zabuza was an imposing figure, but he was shackled just like they were, making him next to harmless. Why are you here? They know we're not with you, right? He asked before yelling out to the guards. You know we're not with him, right? I really don't think they care, Naruto said, shifting in place uncomfortably from Kabuto's headbutt. Oi, no brows. You know who these people are. He directed at Zabuza, whose eye twitched in irritation. I wish I could say no, brat. But yes, Zabuza said, before providing some free advice. I'd watch that mouth of yours around that woman. She'll only find it cute up to a point. The boiling of the water around them only intensified as a massive set of doors flew open, revealing the woman from before that had ordered their capture. For a man capable of removing the head of one of the 7 swordsmen and killing a large amount of his men to be wary of her, she had to be powerful. Naruto also had a nagging suspicion that she was the reason the water was boiling to begin with. Whatever power she had was hidden underneath the surface of her beauty and her pleasant demeanor, with which she greeted them amicably. Momochi. Zabuza, you've finally gotten one of the 7 swords for yourself. I'm sure you're very proud. Indeed, he was, holding his head up high to gloat. It took time, effort, and a lot of bodies, but yeah. I'm pretty pleased right now. As you should be, she told him with a smile, before addressing Naruto and Kabuto. And you lot. Who are you? Naruto leaned over to Kabuto. I'll handle this, he whispered loudly. It did not give Kabuto much faith in him. Naruto then mustered up the friendliest tone he could. I'm Naruto. This is Kabuto. Can you let us go now? We're not with him. He gestured his head to Zabuza. Zabuza rolled his eyes at Naruto's attempt to get distance from him. They were looking for Juazu, Mei. I'm guessing they were after his sword like I was. Naruto scoffed in return. Good for you. You're wrong. Mei looked over at Naruto and Kabuto and clicked her tongue chidingly at Zabuza's accusation. And you already have one. Greedy, aren't we? Naruto and Kabuto both went. Still at her determining their possession of a sword. Do you have an alliance going to take control of the rest? I don't think I can allow that, she said with a devious smirk. She knew they had Kiba. How? It had been 24 hours, if that, since Naruto had killed Raiga and taken it. Chiyuya estimated that they would have a week or so until word spread far enough that Raiga was dead for it to affect them. Zabuza turned to look at Naruto and Kabuto, no small measure of surprise in his eyes. He must not have thought much of them until hearing that they had killed one of his rivals. Naruto was far from concerned with him though. We have eyes all over the place, Mei said with a wink. You newcomers popped up on my radar out of the blue getting into a fight with Raiga in the middle of a town. Word may spread slowly, but not for us. Forget that. What do you mean you can't allow us to get the swords? Naruto snapped, friendliness swiftly forgotten. You're telling me someone actually cares. Mei took Naruto's volatile attitude in elegant stride. There's a delicate balance in this country. One that multiple swords changing hands at once could throw into whack, especially with someone who has no plans on staying. Delicate balance, Naruto repeated skeptically. All I've seen since I've been here is a bunch of violent shit. All I've heard about since I've been here is a bunch of violent shit. What kind of balance is that? Mei gave him a bitter smile in return. Would you believe me if I said it could easily get worse? That's what I've been told, Naruto muttered, equally bitter. Mei brightened at having found some common ground with the odd young man, right? So, in order to maintain the balance, you two are now 7 swordsmen, she said, leaving no room for argument. Old get none from one of the parties present, at least. One of the masked shinobi promptly unshackled Zabuza and returned Kubikirabucho to him, which he took with no fuss. Killer. Dibs on Juazu's territory. He looked over at Naruto and apologized for leaving him with the lesser territory. Sorry, kid. But Raiga let his place devolve into an unprofitable shithole. I'm not starting behind the 8 ball here. Naruto was upset, but not about that. Wait a goddamn rice-picking minute. No, I don't want to be the swordsman. He didn't even use swords, for crying out loud. An uncomfortable silence rolled through the room. The kind that came when someone rejected an offer they couldn't refuse. Zabuza looked around and broke the silence. Dibs on both Juazu and Raiga's territory then. I can probably turn it around in a year or 2. Not now, Zabuza, Mei snapped, holding up a hand to him while keeping a steely gaze locked on Naruto. If you don't want to be one of the 7 swordsmen, simply hand over Kiba. There it was, an offer to let bygones be bygones. Naruto gave up a national treasure, and he would be allowed to walk. If he had no interest in being one of the 7 swordsmen, he had no need for the swords. Nah, Naruto said, throwing his hands up behind his head without a care. You have no idea how to open the scrolls where we keep our actual valuables. I guarantee it. Seals are kind of my clan's thing, he finished with a grin. Mei gave him an interested look. You're a clan shinobi. Naruto nodded. Uzumaki. You know 'em. They venture near Mizu no Kuni often enough, Mei said, sizing Naruto up in a new light with this updated information. Funny, you don't look like one of them. I get that a lot. Mei gestured to the contingent of masked shinobi she had standing guard. Well, if you won't cooperate, we'll simply have to interrogate you and your friend until you give up the method to unseal your scrolls. A quick flaring of overwhelming chakra go. Tee them all to stop in their tracks as Naruto broke his shackles. If one of those goons comes near me, I'm killing everybody in this room and burning this place to the ground, he said with a threatening growl. A whimper next to him got Naruto to roll his eyes. Not you, Kabuto. That's not why I whined, Kabuto said before trying his hand and lessening tensions. The most reasonable person there seemed to be this Mei lady. Look. What if we just find someone to take Naruto's place? Mei raised an eyebrow in confusion. So find someone to kill him. I was under the impression you two were friends. Kabuto's jaw fell open at the leap in logic. No. Why does he have to die to hand it off? You were just about to take it from him and let him leave so you could do it yourself. Mei laughed, hand covering her mouth in mirth. I know. I'm just teasing, she assured Kabuto before taking the idea under consideration. It certainly would save us the trouble of finding a new candidate. And you would be willing to do this? They had planned on doing that in the first place, only with people who were already swordsmen. At the time, they hadn't known there was someone trying to dictate the balance of power in the country. Things had changed slightly now that Naruto knew this was the case. They didn't know everything they needed to. If nothing else, this would buy them time. Sure, Naruto said. Before trying to take a mile with his inch given, I'm gonna need a favor though. A dangerous glint came to Mei's eye. Oh. What kind of favor? Naruto waved his hands defensively. He didn't have a lot to safely leverage. So he had to make sure his request seemed less than bothersome. Nothing big. Nothing big. Just, I kinda need help looking for somebody. And you think I can help you? Naruto had little patience for her attempt to play coy. You just said you had a spy network. I'm thinking you're my best bet at this point. Let me rephrase that. You think I will help you? Naruto's fingers drummed off of his biceps impatiently. Kill everyone in the room. Burn down the building. He reminded her of his threat. The second time the challenge was presented was one time too many for Mei's hospitality, Zabuza. Her attempt to call the new seven swordsmen into action was met with Zabuza staring down an unflinching Naruto for several moments. No, I'm good, he eventually decided. Moving away from Naruto instead of moving to behead him. You do you, brat. I've got what I came for. Mei did a good job hiding her exasperation, but couldn't mask it completely, seriously. Zabuza was ruthless, ambitious, and arrogant. If he didn't want to fight Naruto in exchange for whatever reward he would receive for it, there was a good reason. Mei, this kid killed Raiga yesterday, and doesn't have a scratch on him. Do you think any of these losers could beat him? He said, not caring whether or not he offended any of Mei's masked operatives. You'd have to fight him yourself. And then you'd destroy the building if he didn't first. Zabuza didn't know if Naruto could beat him, but Naruto killed Raiga, and wasn't afraid of him, Mei, or being held captive in the slightest. He'd already shown that the only reason he hadn't tried breaking out yet was diplomatic faith. Despite not knowing what Naruto's capabilities truly were, the balls it took for the lad to carry himself in such a way didn't come from nowhere. Naruto realized he might have ramped things up a bit too far in his attempts to get Mei to back off. Look, it's not like I'm asking you to help me for free. Just help me find this guy, and I'll find you a replacement swordsman. He tried to reason after showing his strong hand. I don't even know who you people are, anyway. We're simply concerned citizens, but you can call us Seigyo-ki regulators. Mei replied, all right, Uzumaki-san. I believe we can work something out. An hour of negotiation later, the door to the guardhouse swung open. Aloin, Naruto and Kabuto to fetch their wayward companions to walk in, much to their delight and relief. Naruto, Kabuto, Tenten reacted brightly upon seeing them. You're not dead. Naruto waved tiredly. The last few days had been taxing. Yeah, we're all alive. He looked over the two girls and found their body language a lot more amicable than before. Is it just me, or do you two seem a lot nicer to each other? When did you two become friends? Not that he was complaining. Chiyuya answered, we're not friends. I just hate her slightly less than I did yesterday, she said, grinning along with Tenten afterwards. Why do you have your stuff? Kabuto asked after noticing that they were armed again. Also, all of their travel packs were situated at the foot of the cell. Oh, we've got your stuff too, Tenten said. Excited to hand Naruto and Kabuto's equipment over, Chiyuya sang and put our guards under some kind of spell or something. The fact that Chiyuya didn't need hand seals or an instrum, and to serve as a medium to enact a genjutsu that effective was highly impressive to the weapon specialist. Chiyuya was very proud of her ability to be dangerous even in captivity. Fuckheads didn't have the keys though. They're going to get him now. How'd you two break out? Naruto didn't have any blood on him, so it didn't seem like they'd fought their way out. Naruto and Kabuto looked at each other before the latter answered. We didn't break out. Naruto cut a deal. It's kind of a tentative truce for the time being, until one side undoubtedly found a way to screw over the other, which could have happened at any time. And you guys just put a genjutsu on some of their people, Naruto pointed out. The atmosphere went tense with the realization of what that could mean to the truce. Hold probably get out of here before they snap out of it. Otherwise, Naruto would have to make good on his threat to burn the place down. Yep, agreed. How did you two get the goddamn keys? A watched from a window on the second floor of the main mansion building as Naruto, Kabuto, Tenten, and Chiyuya quickly made their way off of the premises. Smart children. The tension between Naruto and Mei had been too thick for them to think it was alright to linger. They weren't friends or allies. They were meant to exchange favors with one another. It was about time for Zabuza to be leaving as Well, to go and begin setting up his own seat of power in the wake of taking over in Biwajuazu's stead. She knew this by his checking in with her before departing. Do you think you can actually trust him? Zabuza asked, arms crossed over his chest as he stood by the side of the window, looking out. He isn't from here, you know. Mei hummed pleasantly. Uzumaki-kun seems like a straightforward boy. But no, to trust him, or anyone for that matter, was entirely foolish. She knew for a fact he didn't trust her. He said he would try to find a replacement. Not that he absolutely would. And he won't stay to do it himself. But he will. Quote. Zabuza cocked a near hairless brow at that contradictory statement. Wait, you just said. I know what I said, Zabuza, Mei said with a comfortable smile. The thing is, he won't have a choice. He's searching for a man in a black mask with an orange spiral. We'll give him the details he wants. He'll have to go to different places to find a trail of his own. Zabuza slowly realized what she was getting at. You let him keep the sword in his little scroll that no one else can break the seal on, didn't you? Now he's a target. Mei figured Zabuza would recognize this. After all, he was in the same boat as so many other who wanted the power and influence that came with being on the level of the seven swordsmen. There are plenty of potential candidates in Mizu no Kuni who would love for a chance at the Kiba blades. Honestly, Uzumaki-kun has basically put a bounty on his own head by simply carrying them. People would leap at the opportunity to take them from Naruto. No one knew who he was. Even if he was strong enough to kill Raiga, he was still a highly unproven commodity to the country. Uzumaki Naruto was a nobody to them, sword or no sword. The seven swords are a national treasure, not a bargaining chip for a child, Mei said, her gaze hardening at the departing forms of Naruto's traveling party. He will not leave Mizu no Kuni without properly handing them over. Either to Seiyuki to find a replacement, or to whoever simply kills him to take it. After all, bloodshed was a time-honored tradition in their land. Long before the Sag-e of Six Paths spread chakra to the world, humankind was plunged in never-ending war. Entire millennia had passed since then, and things hadn't changed that much. Not in Mizu no Kuni. Not anywhere else either for that matter. No matter how much the rest of the world liked to think things had moved forward from those days before their history was properly recorded, barbaric violence had been a practice that had never gone out of style. The denizens of Mizu no Kuni were very well versed in that practice. Hai no Kuni made a guy's taijutsu dojo. Anko had expected nothing more than a spar that consisted of Kakashi and Guy going through the motions, especially when Guy had insisted that it be a display for the students. Just a display of the more practical uses of recent things he'd been teaching them. There were very few active shinobi amongst Guy's students, so Anko didn't expect them to need to see much to be impressed. Even if they didn't, Guy wasn't the kind of person to half-ass anything, even a spar with a friend. Kakashi seemed prepared to handle that. From the moment she'd said, "Go," she couldn't believe how hard they actually went. Kakashi kept things in Guy's area of expertise taijutsu, but even then. While Kakashi was outstanding, Guy was seemingly perfect in comparison. When Guy attacked and Kakashi blocked, it was always to Kakashi's detriment. When he attacked and Kakashi parried, Kakashi was never able to exploit the opening given. And yet, there was something off about the whole affair. Kakashi was putting his best foot forward, fighting with all he could muster. But he refused to get some distance and try to use his copious amount of other tricks when it was obvious to anyone who knew what they were looking at that he was slowly losing. A flurry of blows from Guy ended with Kakashi attempting to strike back. Guy spun backwards underneath a punch from Kakashi and flattened him with an elbow to the sternum. Kakashi hit the ground flat on his back, with a thud. Ow! Kakashi groaned out loud. Anko took that as good an excuse as any to end things then and there. All right, that's the match. Guy-sensei wins, she declared. The taijutsu students stood and applauded. None louder than the mini guy with the massive eyebrows, Guy-sensei. I knew that you could do it. He seemed overjoyed that his master won. It was almost too much. You really are the best. Guy laughed boisterously as he stood over his fallen opponent. Aha! Kakashi, that brings the overall record in our competitions to 25 wins for me and 24 for you. What a marvelous match, he said with a smile. But why didn't you use your ninjutsu? I never established any rules. Kakashi shrugged and let out a pained cough after the motion. Oh, you know. Just wanted to test myself. See how my taijutsu work was going. You're the best, after all. Guy's grin only widened and gleamed in the sunlight. He extended a hand down to Kakashi that the masked shinobi readily accepted. Anyhow, thank you for letting us stay here. But it's time we get going. Thanks for trying to help with Danzo. Guy's grin fell after he pulled Kakashi to his feet. Instead of his normal jovial self, he seemed confused. Danzo. Yes, Guy, Kakashi asked, knowingly. I'm not the best with names and faces, but now I think I may remember seeing a man like the one you mentioned, Guy said, seemingly realizing this for the first time. As if he were coming out of a haze. Yes, definitely in the Fire Daimyo's court, like you said. Kakashi's single visible closed eye signified that he too was now smiling. That's great, Guy. We can talk about it later. Give you some time to get through your training today and clear your head. We can stay a little longer. Anko came over to help Kakashi walk away, while Guy got back to work with his class. It would have been a pathetic sight to watch him try to hide his limp all the way back to their room. Any particular reason you took that ass kicking, instead of just breaking the genjutsu? She was teasing for the most part. It was extremely rare to see Kakashi in a state anywhere close to this. She had certainly never seen him beaten up before, even if he hadn't been going all out. Guy would never let anyone actually touch him unless he initiated it, friend or not, Kakashi said, and he never knew he was under one. He would have never believed it if he was told. I wasn't even sure that he was under one. It was just a hunch. Also, Kakashi did kind of want to train with Guy a bit. It had been a while since the last time one of their contests involved an actual fight. And Guy was a damn good person to test himself against. Anko laughed and nudged him in his undoubtedly sore ribs. It seems to have paid off. It was worth a try, Kakashi groaned back. All it cost was a beating. No pain, no gain, after all. Hold back a little less next time, why don't you? Ah, but then Guy wouldn't hold back as much either, Kakashi said, relishing the look of surprise on Anko's face. What, you thought that was close to his best? If Guy was going all out, I'm not sure there's anyone I know of who could really defeat him. Hatake Kakashi wasn't one for making friends. There wasn't anyone that he identified with that title who could be considered a pushover. Progress for Naruto and his squad had been non-existent since taking on the burden of the Kiba blades. Word had spread that a foreigner had killed off Kurosuke Raiga and taken his swords. Once more details had come out, including Naruto's name, challenges started coming from all over. In the 2 days since they had left Mei's castle, 13 separate ambushes and direct challenges had taken place. After the second one, Naruto made Tenten carry the swords and front the lion's share of the challenges. Not that she had any problems with this. It was quality time with a fine piece of shinobi hardware to study and train with. Out of the 4 of the travelers, she was the happiest at first. The routine soon became cumbersome. The highwaymen attempting to take them out on the road weren't particularly skilled, just aggressive and opportunistic. Only the ambush groups were killed. Solo challengers were left alive for bothering to offer something resembling a fair contest. Chiyuya lamented because there had been nothing worth looting. Everyone seemed rather despondent as they traveled through the trees. No one said anything for quite some time until the most vocal of the group in Chiyuya smacked her lips and spoke up. Well, I sure pulled us into some shit, didn't I? Naruto sighed, and set the map he'd been keeping an eye on as they went along. Oh, come on, Chiyuya. Chiyuya wouldn't have any of his attempts to try and soften the blow, and continued, look at me, walking around like I know what the fuck's going on. Got you 3 jackasses to hire me, and here we go. Now some self-important cunt has your nuts in a vice. Tenten wrinkled her nose distastefully at the mental image Tayuya's words presented. Ew. Naruto fought the urge to roll his eyes. It was clear Tayuya was taking this hard. It's seriously not that. No, Tayuya exclaimed, getting Naruto to stop protesting. I fucked up. She spat bitterly, her eyes cast to the ground shamefully. I've never heard anything about this Sagyoki until now. I'm the fucking guide. I signed off on your fucking plan, hinking we could play the seven swordsmen against each other. What a joke. Tenten, of all people, was the one who went to try and console her, proving that their relationship was improving. It isn't your fault. Things happen. If anything, this just locks in who we're working with. Naruto stuck his tongue out. If that Mei lady thought she had anything on him, she was sorely mistaken. There was theoretically something they could do for each other, and that was as far as anything went. If she thought she could strong-arm his party in any way, she was wrong to a dangerous degree, and he would at a point to illustrate this to her if the need arose. Tenten bit her lip in thought before speaking her mind. I'm just gonna throw this out there. We could always just give Sagyoki the Kiba blades, cut loose, and go home, she said. Getting a look of surprise from Naruto. I mean, we didn't expect to find anything out here in the first place, did we? Not really, Naruto could admit to himself with a grunt. But it was too soon to pack it in. I want to keep trying. We had one setback, that's all. He moved himself closer to their guide and gave her a nudge. Tayuya, we still need you. Why? Ove got the best knowledge of Mizu no Kuni out of all of us. Instead of making her angrier, the team's reassurances did seem to calm Tayuya down. We were in a good spot. We had an edge, and now we're stuck doing that bitch's bidding. She said. Probably thinks she's so fucking smart. We're not doing anyone's bidding, Naruto told her. I want leads. Real leads. If she doesn't have any, I'll find out quick. And we'll be out of here. Tayuya turned a curious eye to the weapons Tenten nursed. You'll take the swords away from Mizu. The weapons specialist among them grinned mischievously at the idea. Why not? Possession is 9/10 of the law, and I kind of have an inkling to keeping them. I haven't had as much time as I want to study them yet. I can have them, can't I? She asked Naruto. Naruto shrugged, leaning back against a rock. I don't use swords. Knock yourself out, Tenten, he said, before grinning at Tayuya. Yeah, what are they going to do? Chase us across the ocean? It's all talk. If she keeps up her end of the bargain, we'll keep up ours. He was trying to keep her spirits up, she could tell. It was kind of him, not that Tayuya particularly appreciated being coddled, as she saw it. I just hate being beholden to some shadow bitch in a castle. She looked up at her party from where she'd been eyeing the ground. You idiots are different. I chose to work for you. Ah, we love you too. Shut the fuck up. Tayuya automatically reacted, though her tone had no bite to it. She was more concerned with a possible idea percolating in her brain. Hey, what's today? Thursday. Tayuya rolled her eyes at Naruto's simple answer. I meant the date, you ass. Upon Tayuya's urging, Tenten felt the need to check the date herself, March 17th. Why? They had been in Mizu no Kuni for a week and a half by that point. Gone from home entirely for over 3 weeks. At that moment, she had a realization. Ah, man. I missed my birthday. They had, and Naruto honestly felt bad about that. If we don't keep the swords, I'll get you something good on the way home. I promise. Tenten reached out and gave the taller Naruto a pat on the head. At this point, I'd take a good night's sleep in a real bed. Tayuya's brown eyes lit up, a smile growing on her face. I have an idea to get rid of this sword and get the information you need without relying on Shadow Bitch. We've just got to catch up to the city, she said, taking the lead ahead of everyone else. The others all let their guide's remark settle before Kabuto felt the need to bring up the obvious. Excuse me. Did you say, catch up to the city? You know Kuni unnamed allied shinobi village. Minato took a bit of a warped pleasure, watching Kushina continuously fret over lack of word from Naruto. promised he would send a scroll via toad summoning once a week. At this point, his latest letter was 2 days late. Worrying about it isn't going to make the letter show up any faster, Minato remarked. Ed during a lull in his duties of overseeing the arrival of representatives from clans on board with his unified village. Kanako sat on his lap focusing as much as her now 4-year-old attention span would allow her to on a leaf set on her forehead. A watched pot never boils, Kushina. Yeah, well, this pot should have boiled days ago, Kushina shot back sharply. He could keep his philosophy for all she cared. I let my baby run off to no man's land. Excuse me for being a little worried. The yellow flash smirked and gestured to their young daughter, Kanako's sitting right here. I meant my oldest baby, Kushina said with a glare, taking great care not to curse in front of Kanako. Why are you so calm about this? You know what that place is supposed to be like. He did, but he also knew his son. And I also know that anyone who wants a piece of Naruto is biting off more than they can chew. I trained him, you trained him, Jiraiya trained him, Kakashi trained him. Kakashi barely trained him, Kushina grumbled, arms crossed under her bosom. Minato rolled his eyes at his wife's obstinate attitude. It certainly was a trait she passed down to Naruto. That's still 3 of the B. Saint possible sensei he could have for a list of different shinobi abilities. When we spar, he actually makes me work for it. The kid is darned good. Ruto needs the best, Kanako said as though it were fact. The leaf on her forehead slipped and fell off, getting a whine out of her. That was good, Kana. Minato said, praising the child as he wrapped her up in a hug. I know the leaf concentration exercise isn't the most fun thing in the world, but if you want to be strong like your big brother, learning how to focus is a big first step. Kushina grinned at the word focus being associated with Naruto. We're talking about the same Naruto, right? She said before kneeling down by Kanako. Kana-chan, when your chakra control is good enough, I'll show you how to use your super special power, okay? Maybe I'll even teach you mommies. You mean it? Of course. How else are you going to catch up to your brother? Minato listened to Kanako's excitement at training to be her brother with a smile on his face, but inside was a different story. While he knew that Kanako needed some kind of training, if what Naruto had told his parents about Kanako's budding sensor powers was true, it seemed like it was a step closer to her losing her innocence. He didn't want her to have to fight anytime soon. Naruto hadn't started training until he was 6, and there had been no necessity there, no sense of urgency. Uzu no Kuni had been safe, relatively speaking. Minato hoped that their new village would be safe too, with the combined might of multiple clans residing within, willing to fight to protect it. His heart hoped. His head knew that it wouldn't be that simple. Minato was brought out of his thoughts by a tingling sensation of pulling on his person. I've got to go, he set Kanako DWN at his side. And met the glare of his wife. What? I'm feeling a buzz. It's either Sensei or Kakashi, which means it's important. Even if Kushina knew that Minato was just looking for an excuse to ditch work, he still had a point. Oh, fine. Go and do your yellow flash thing. Minato grinned and looked down at Kanako. Upon hearing the words, yellow flash, she was all about what she knew was going to happen next. Bouncing on her toes in anticipation, Minato posed and gave her a wink before disappearing with Hiraishin no Jutsu. He reappeared in a forest clearing that Kakashi and Anko had clearly been using as a camp the night before. Turning his head, he saw the tree where his Hiraishin kunai had been thrown and plucked it out of the trunk. Oh, shit, Anko said, gawking at her employer. He actually does show up when you put some chakra into that thing. It's like summoning. She'd seen the Hiraishin multiple times, but had never been issued a kunai to summon Minato with. I told you so, Kakashi said before bowing to Minato. Minato-sama, we have some information. Anko forewent bowing, instead showing her respect by standing at attention. Kakashi's friend G. I actually had some business at the Fire Daimyo's court at the same time Danzo had been there, only he couldn't remember having been there until Kakashi reminded him. Minato smirked at the sight. Oh. F the bruises he could see on the few uncovered parts of Kakashi's face. Had to work for it, did you? Jolly Green beat our boy here like a drum. A now more casual Anko piped in, still entertained. Days later at the memory of the taijutsu spar, I've never seen Scarecrow get his ass kicked before. It was pretty great. Anyway, Kakashi said, trying to get his debriefing back on track, Danzo left the court after his attempt to send the fire daimyo's best after us failed. I'm certain he still has the daimyo's ear, but he's gone elsewhere. Anko let out a huff of annoyance. Guy wasn't privy to any of the guy's ideas. It wasn't like they spoke. In fact, Danzo seemed to wish to keep as low a profile as possible. I hate to say it, boss man, but it looks like we've hit a snag in the whole taking Danzo's stupid head plan. For now, it was fine. When Minato revealed that he had aims of having Danzo assassinated, he knew it wouldn't be the kind of thing that would be accomplished overnight. Even when they did find him, they would have to keep eyes on him for some time until they were certain they had an approach that would work. More needed to be done before they were in such a position, however. Anko punched into her palm, upset at not being able to fulfill the entire mission set before her and Kakashi. So, what now, boss? Continue gathering what we can until we can locate him, Minato said. Jiraiya was also out and about doing his part, and hopefully the Nara clan had managed to squeeze something out of their clan member that had tried to kill Kushina. Also, hopefully EY were willing to share that information. When it comes time to make a move, I guess I should handle this myself. At that, he noticed both Anko and Kakashi look at one another with uncertainty. What's the matter? Kakashi was the first to voice his concerns. Minato-sama, are you sure you should be involved directly with an assassination? Minato rolled his eyes. Come on, Kakashi. Even if I sent someone else, anyone who caught wind of whoever went would know I sent them. You're positioning yourself to be a veritable head of state, Kakashi argued in return. You can't be running round the country regulating your enemies. You sound like my wife, Minato grumbled. Literally, Kakashi sounded just like Kushina, speaking on the same matters with the same viewpoint she had. Anko held up a hand Kakashi's way, eyes still locked on Minato. Hold on there, Scarecrow. Maybe he should do it, she reasoned, much to both Minato and Kakashi's surprise. You know that the consensus is that you have Naruto and Fu do all of your heavy lifting. Minato's expression turned stony. I'm aware, it was a reputation that Minato despised. Naruto and Fu did the same missions that any of Minato's inner circle did. It was just that because they were Jinchuriki, everything they did was put under a microscope that much more. If they got into a fight, the numbers of the enemy would increase when the story was retold, along with the level of destruction they caused. Granted, they did cause their share of damage from time to time, being the chakra powerhouses that they were, but they had common sense. Naruto never went all out in populated areas, and though Fu was a bit more careless, Anko did a good job keeping her head on straight. But no, to so many others, they weren't shinobi. They weren't people. Naruto wasn't his eldest child. He was a weapon. It was perceived that Jiraiya did all of Minato's dirty work, but that never seemed to be as much of an issue as Minato sending NCHUURIKI out to work like the properly trained shinobi that they were. Anko could tell that Minato was annoyed and decided to get to the point. Right, well, with all of this, let's get along. Shit, you've been talking. When it comes to the whole unification idea, some people think you might be a pussy hiding behind two aces in the hole. If Minato had darkness in his heart, Anko felt like she got a glimpse from the smirk he gave her. People have short memories then. Gee, that's what I'm saying though, she said, trying to this time better word her point so that she didn't set off the best employer she'd had in years. Say you do this, you go and drag Danzo out by his heels and lop his head off for the world to see. You remind everyone just who the hell you are. You're not some granola munching tree hugger. You're the goddamn yellow Flash. Kakashi's single visible eyebrow raised in intrigue. Why would anyone care that he killed Danzo? Anko let out a huff. She wasn't talking about regular people. or even rank-and-file shinobi, you honestly think this is the first anyone would hear of Danzo? I guarantee a person like that has been screwing around with tons of clans for years. Man didn't just wake up one day and decide to screw around with one of the most dangerous individuals in the world, and manage to do it so effectively. There was no doubt in Anko's mind that even though they hadn't heard about it, Danzo had been working behind the scenes in some way for years. Kakashi was willing to concede the issue there, and it's not like clans are in the business of putting their under-the-table dealings with others out in the open. For what we know of this man and how he operates, it's not likely that anyone particularly enjoys working with him. It's just that it's better to have him with you than against you. Minato finished for his loyal underling. I would think our elusive friend isn't above working for and against someone simultaneously. Multiple someones. Mizu no Kuni. The report from one of the Uzumaki clan scouting vessels returning home gave information to Uzu no Kuni that couldn't be ignored. Uzumaki Naruto had been sighted heading toward Mizu no Kuni. He had boarded their ship and confronted the shinobi team manning it, then had departed after sufficiently intimidating them. At least, that was what the report said. The validity of most of those statements had yet to be verified, which was why Konan had been dispatched to do just that. Flying across the vast ocean separating Uzu no Kuni and Mizu no Kuni on one of her origami Taions had been enough to grate on her nerves. Staring at the sea for hours and hours was boring. Searching for the needle in a haystack that was one lone shinobi was another thing that would have irritated her. Had she not had a solution for that? The Uzumaki clan had allies. Allies other than the Senju clan, as that relationship had become strained over the years. With that in mind, they tried to reach out in the opposite direction of the mainland, farther out at sea. Nagato's Rinnegan was a very powerful tool in negotiations, and it made for a fantastic first impression. People were usually either in awe of it, or scared out of their minds that the dujutsu of the Sage of Six Paths was staring them through their souls. Her position, if one had to give it any kind of label aside from close, personal friend. Konan preferred to call herself a herald. It was with this mindset that she approached the castle of her source. If there was anyone in Mizu no Kuni who had kept decent enough tabs on Naruto to allow Konan to pick up his trail, the person in charge of this facility would be the one. Konan landed and found herself surrounded by shinobi with porcelain masks. She hardly paid them any mind. They weren't foolish enough to attack her. Not without the order from their leader. Speaking of whom, Tsurumi approached, her stride elegant. The wall of shinobi around Konan parted enough to allow Mei through. Yet stayed at the ready, in case they were needed. Konan, Mei said, a confident smile set on her lips. To what do I owe the pleasure? Straight to business. That was fine with Konan, as she wasn't a fan of the Seiyuki organizer. Too cloak and dagger for her tastes, which was saying something as she was a kunoichi. I'm looking for someone that the Uzumaki clan has a vested stake in. Let's just say that he's something of a wayward little soul, long overdue of needing correcting. Uzumaki Naruto, Mei said, not even bothering to ask about who Konan could be referring to. Her smile turned more brittle at the reminder of the brash young man. I had a run-in with him not too long ago. Disrespectful child. Tell me, can his body actually cash those checks his mouth writes for him? She had so badly wanted to melt him where he stood. But his threat of losing the Kiba blades, and his subsequent one of destroying the entire castle if attacked, and the certainty with which he delivered those threats despite his situation kept her from testing him. It hadn't been a matter of bravado, of puffing himself up in the face of certain doom. He had believed everything he'd said wholeheartedly. Tsurumi was unaccustomed to such confidence being shown in her presence. Coming from an entirely unproven individual, it irked her to no end. Konan fought the urge to smile. It was good to know that Naruto had been causing others headaches around the world. Especially those she wasn't fond of. So, have you been keeping tabs on him? Mei frowned, offended at the question. Of course I have. Do you think I would leave a foreign entity alone to do as he would like? Konan shrugged. I would think not. considering that having a Jinchuriki loose in Mizu without an idea of where he is or what he's doing doesn't seem like your style. Naruto's status had been news to Mei. The shock was evident on her face and in her body language. More than a few of her more knowledgeable underlings reacted similarly, despite the masks covering their faces. He's a Jinchuriki? Mei asked, Conan nodding in confirmation. Now a lot of things made sense. Well, no wonder he was so certain that he could annihilate this castle if things got hostile. Maintaining civility, despite Naruto's belligerence, had been the smartest thing she had done during that meeting. Zabuza had been right about him. Even if he hadn't known why. His survival instinct had been right on the money. Will you help me find him? Conan asked. Mei let out a small laugh. Conan wanted to help her get that headache out of her hair for her. That was just fine. There's no need to find him. I know where he is already. The hairs on the back of Conan's neck stood up. Something about Mei being so easy to work with put her on alert. You're very forthcoming with your assistance. Again, Mei seemed more predatory in nature than demure and deferring. I simply saw this as an opportunity to aid in your clan's affairs and strengthen our ties. Her words were like honey laced with poison, sweet and deadly, a destabilizing element, away from any lines of support, right in your backyard. My relationship with Nagato Dono means very much to me. Conan felt a shock of anger rush through her at the implication of any kind of relationship between. Very well. Then you can tell him the information yourself. A.W.I. denning of the eyes revealed the kind of panic that statement put in Mei. Conan sat herself down on a cushion formed from paper and held up a hand seal. In front of her, a shadowy, transparent projection in the shape of Nagato appeared. Its eyes held the same haunting ripple pattern of the Rinnegan that the original possessed. Chirumi-san, Nagato said through the projection, you seem to be in good health. It is good to hear from you, Nagato Dono, Mei said, inwardly kicking herself for sounding intimidated. She had to remind herself that he was just a man. You would like my cooperation in finding Uzumaki Naruto. May I ask why? He is a Jinchuriki, a destabilizing element. You said that yourself, did you not? Nagato asked, rhetorically. Mei hadn't been aware that Nagato had been able to hear her for that long. I simply see the chance to right a wrong 4 years in the making. Conan decided to take the responsibility on herself. I'll see that it's done. To her surprise, and partially to Mei's horror, Nagato had other ideas. No, Conan. I was too sentimental the last time. I waited, procrastinated, instead of doing what needed to be done sooner, before he even said it. It dawned upon Mei as to where he was going. The original mistake was mine. See to it that you inform your master that I will be the one to rectify it. He didn't ask to operate in her backyard. He simply said that he would. Nagato, the leader of the Uzumaki clan, planned on heading to Mizu no Kuni in order to deal with personal business, and there wasn't much she could realistically do to stop him. All she could do was limit the scope of damage left in his wake, because dealing with a Jinchuriki would not be a peaceful, easy conflict. Where Naruto was happened to be isolated enough that too much wouldn't be destroyed. Though the floating city would be damaged if the fight took place there, things could always be salvaged later. Just as long as Naruto and Nagato left quickly. The status quo in the country had to be kept. With Naruto Hashikage, Naruto, Kabuto, and Tenten had seen some amazing sights over the course of their lives, especially the former and the latter, but none of them could believe their eyes when they caught sight of where Tayuya had taken them just off of the coast. There was a literal city built on the water. Not like the rundown shantytown built on war. FS that they had first come across when landing in Mizu no Kuni, but a legitimate settlement built on a floating platform that was the size of a proper town. On the sides of it, there were countless little clusters of floating homes. Some tethered together to make little neighborhoods, some floating alone, like little suburbs on the outskirts of a city. Come on, assholes, Tayuya called out, breaking into a run on the ocean. That thing isn't gonna stop for us. We've gotta catch up to it. It was slow enough that at a sprint they could manage to catch up. But that didn't make its existence any less of a designing and building feat. Once they set their feet back on dry ground, Chiyuya turned and basked in the dumbfounded looks on Naruto, Tenten, and Kabuto's faces. Welcome to Hashikegai, fuckers. The safest place you're going to find affiliated with this country. Naruto couldn't even feel the ground under his feet swaying, the way that he would if he was on a ship like Kai's. Okay. He didn't even know where to begin in regard to his questions. What kind of black magic engineering is this? Tenten exclaimed in amazement as she set foot on the main portion of the barge town. She was all about learning more about this marvel. How is this giant place floating? No, how do people live here? How do they get fresh water? What kind of mechanisms go into buns? Chiyuya quickly cut her off before she could continue to nerd out. I don't know. I just pay for my place to get towed along with the town. Kabuto raised an eyebrow in interest. You rent space here. Chiyuya gestured to the homes all around the main barge. Everyone who lives here does. It's expensive as hell, but it's honestly better than taking your chances on land. She puffed her chest out and stretched her arms over her head. Goddamn. It's good to be back. Naruto took note of how at ease Chiyuya was there. She hadn't been so relaxed in the entire time he'd known her. Hashikegai was a cleaner, looking place than anywhere he'd seen since arriving in Mizuno Kuni. I guess I can see why you work so hard if living here is what it pays for. Chiyuya nodded enthusiastically in agreement. If this place is so great, why haven't bandits, or pirates, or anything tried to take it over? Chiyuya paused in the middle of her stretch, opening her eyes to peer over at Naruto. That's a great quest. Ion that I wouldn't have been able to answer, were it not for the fact that we ran into Shadow Bitch a few days ago. Probably her, she said, referring to Mei. She basically said she's one of those keeping the balance types. And this place is really important. This is Merchant Central. As they moved through Hashikegai, following Chiyuya's lead, they marveled at the sights. The place was so clean. The streets were pristine, as though they were regularly cleaned, paved with evenly cut, well-laid stone that they couldn't recall having seen before. In certain areas, such as the main plaza in the center of the city, there was an ornate marking of a circle, surrounding two different colored, interlocking four-pointed stars, with an eight-pointed star behind them. In fact, that marking was on a lot of the base infrastructure. It seemed like the place hadn't been built to serve as a floating city, so much as it had been repurposed. Tenten in particular noticed this, but kept it to herself for now. As curious as she was, it would do them no good in their overall mission of finding Naruto's white whale. The walk through Hashikegai ended with Chiyuya taking them through one of the clusters of floating homes that sailed attached to the main city. Their destination was her home, or her base of operations. It wasn't clear what exactly she considered the place to be. It was a spacious place for one person, consisting of an open room with a second story consisting of a loft that overlooked the first floor. It wasn't dirty, untidier than anything else. It felt oddly comfortable once they stepped inside. Lived in was a term that applied. Are you sure it's all right for us to stay here? Naruto asked, peering around the home as Chiyuya shouldered past him and the others. Not like there is any reason for you all to kill me now. Chiyuya kicked her shoes off and flopped down haphazardly on a couch. You didn't even know I had a house until 4 hours ago. Besides, look around. Do you see anything here worth robbing me for? Quote. Tenten rolled her eyes with a tiredness that reflected Chiyuya's at times lukewarm attitude to their team dynamic. We're not going to rob you. I figured you would trust us more by now. What did she expect though? Chiyuya was a sword for hire. Naruto grinned and stood over Chiyuya, arms crossed as he addressed his closest friend. You think we'd be in her house if she didn't trust us? Chiyuya looked up at the blonde Jinchuriki and shrugged. Hey, you never know. I might have led you all the way here just to kill you. She turned her gaze and pointed at the last member of the team. Especially you, Cream Puff. Hey, Kabuto exclaimed. I'm not a cream puff, he said, completely ignoring Chiyuya's would-be threat. Chiyuya waved off the medic Nin's rebuttal with a rolling of her hand. Anyway, take a load off. Find a place to sit or nap. No food here though. Never refilled my pantry. It was a relief to the foreign ninja team to have a roof over the IR head for the first time since they'd arrived in Mizu no Kuni. Naruto expressed thanks for the hospitality. Thanks for letting us stay here for a bit, Chiyuya. Chiyuya smiled softly at the acknowledgement, though verbally tried to downplay it. Don't worry about it, golden boy. You're paying me. Plus, I had to come back and pay rent anyway, so this actually works out for me. Tenten let out a huff, hands on her hips. But didn't we come here to do something about the Kiba blades? She shifted her shoulders, feeling the weight of the blades she carried on her back. Fighting up and down the roads for them had been annoying. Chiyuya let out a yawn, signifying that she wasn't leaving anytime soon. Yeah. You want to hand those things off to someone who can defend them. Someone whose shadow bitch will approve of. I know who you need to see. But that can wait. They aren't going anywhere. That wasn't good enough, however. Tenten was insistent. I'd we rather ditch this thing as soon as possible. Chiyuya let out a groan and sat up from where she'd been comfortably relaxing. Fine. She graced Tenten with the dullest stare she could muster. Go to the reservoir at the center of the town. And ask for the Hazuka brothers. You can't miss the place. Okay. Kabuto said, knowing that brothers meant plural, as in more than one. Which one should we give the sword to? Trust me, it really doesn't fucking matter. The prickly musician assured them, standing to head to the bathroom of her home. I'm freshening up, then taking a nap, because I need to, and I've earned it. Whack. Me up when you get rid of the swords or if one of you gets killed. With that, Chiyuya went to get herself relaxed, while Naruto, Tenten, and Kabuto headed outside of the floating home. Tenten and Abuto looked to start toward the main part of town, while Naruto remained in place. You guys go, he said, I'm gonna stay. Kabuto looked at the team leader in confusion. What? Why? Naruto jerked a thumb back towards Chiyuya's house. I don't want to split up, but I'd rather two of us be together than three of us and leave one by themselves. Kabuto found that to be sound reasoning. Tenten, on the other hand, chose to try and dig a little deeper. You and Chiyuya have been getting really cozy over the last few days, she said in a suspicious voice. Naruto shrugged, throwing his hands up casually behind his neck. I'm a people person. Either people love me, or they hate me. There's no in between, he explained. Besides, what about you two? I haven't seen you at each other's throats since. You spent that time locked up in Mei's castle. Tenten conceded the point there. She's not so bad. She and Chiyuya had a rough start, but things were starting to level out. She curses more than anyone I've ever met in my entire life. Which is saying something, but she's not terrible to be around. In the end, she managed to turn things back around to Naruto, as was her intention. She seems to like you more than any of us. I dunno what you mean, Naruto deadpanned. Tenten smirked at the opportunity to state her case. If she has the choice to travel near any of us, she always sticks closest to you. Naruto figured that to be a case of self-preservation. I'm easily the toughest meat shield out of all of us. When explosives and pointy objects started flying, it was probably best to stay near the guy that had the best chance of taking the hit, and that was him. She actually listens to you when you give orders, Tenten said. Even if Chiyuya complained half of the time, or tried to give her input on something. When Naruto made a call, she adhered to it. I'm paying her, and I threatened her not to screw with my team again. She's always pushing you and hitting you in the arm. Again, I'm way harder to hurt than you other two nerds, Naruto said, getting skeptical glances from Tenten and Kabuto. What's that look for? Nothing, Tenten said, with all the innocence of Kanako getting caught trying to play with one of Naruto's kunai left lying around. Just, you two have been having a lot of late-night talks by the fire. Chiyuya doesn't go to sleep until the rest of us do because she doesn't trust us. And after hearing the story of how she'd been living, Naruto couldn't blame her for thinking that way at all. If you've gotta stay up, why not talk? Was 'tis payback for messing with her about Kabuto? If Tenten wanted to tease him, she needed to try much harder than that. Tenten finally gave up with a sigh, walking off with a shake of her head and a pat to Naruto's. The poor guy, he just wasn't used to that kind of attention to see the signs. He was more accustomed to dealing with people trying to kill him than anyone interested in him in a positive light. It was okay. He was only 15. After all, Naruto could sense her pity and scowled at her back in return as she and Kabuto left. He knew what she had been getting at. He wasn't that dumb. Just Beck. Oz to Yuya preferred his company to the others didn't mean anything. Naruto had tons of female friends. For goodness sake, Tenten was one of them. Grumpily, Naruto went back inside of Tayuya's house, shutting the door and leaning against it. Geez, what jumped up your ass, golden boy? Naruto looked up at the loft to see Tayuya looking down at him through the railing from her bed. She'd taken the few minutes he'd been outside to wash up a bit and change into more comfortable clothes. Nothing, Naruto replied to her, waving off the talk he'd had outside, just Tenten trying to be funny. Tayuya smacked the railing. Come up here. I'm not talking to you all the way down there. Naruto tilted his head at the invitation. Isn't that your room? This whole place is one big room, Tayuya said matter-of-factly. The only other room this house has is the bathroom. Naruto jumped up to the loft, landing smoothly on the railing in a crouch. Weren't you going to take a nap after you got cleaned up? I was, Tayuya said, looking as though she were thinking deeply about something. Those thoughts only lasted a moment before a decision was made, so wanna bang. Naruto nearly fell off of his perch. She'd said she wanted to talk. That was a lot different from talking. Seriously. Yeah, seriously, there was no sign of jest on Tayuya's face. You're kinda fucking hot, and this job has been a pain. Buns and Cream Puff won't be back for a while, so come keep me company for a bit, yeah. She offered again, before speculating on why Naruto might have been hesitant. Wait, have you never done this before? She asked, sounding amused. It was all over his face, apprehension due to nerves. It wasn't because he didn't consider her attractive, though she'd never caught him eyeing her up when she made the offer. His eyes roamed in consideration. Naruto winced at the way she made it sound like it was a problem. No, I haven't. Is that bad? Tayuya shifted in place in a non-committal manner. Naruto was 15, if she recalled correctly. His being a virgin was probably how things were supposed to be. The fact that she wasn't was probably what was abnormal, but it was. Like it had been her choice to lose it. On the bright side, at least one of them would know what they were doing. Tayuya pushed up onto her knees with a toothy grin and a leer of intent. I'll tell you what, if you suck at it, I'll just make you lay there and do everything myself. How does that sound? Kiss my ass, Naruto replied, a strain of pride welling up inside of him. You make it sound like I was gonna say no in the first place. He tensed up, but didn't move away when Tayuya grabbed him by the wrists and guided him closer. Tayuya was a little rough around the edges, mouthy and vulgar, with what many would consider an attitude problem. But that did absolutely nothing to blunt Naruto's opinion that she was a very pretty girl, and she carried herself confidently, which was another attractive trait to him. It didn't take Tayuya much effort to move Naruto down to the bed with her. Don't worry. No commitment. Just let your Oni-san show you the ropes, she joked. This was good. She didn't want to spook him. You don't mind ropes, right? She laughed at the look of surprise and fear that appeared on Naruto's face. I'm just fucking with you, you fucking dandruff flake. I'm not into that shit. Naruto laughed with her, though his mind wasn't in it. It was compromised with too many thoughts of what was happening. He had been thoroughly educated by his mother and through association with Jiraiya. But that was theory, and this was practice. Out of the blue, a voice from his inner tenant spoke up. This girl is going to eat you alive, Naruto. Naruto inhaled through his nose sharply at Kurama's sudden warning. What? I don't mean literally, you idiot, Kurama said, resting behind the seal inside of Naruto, his tail swishing around behind him in interest. If you don't want to get obliterated, listen to me, heed my every order, and you might survive. This girl's going to make a man out of you. What do you know about having sex? You're a giant chakra fox. Naruto swore he could see Kurama turning his nose up at him from inside of his mind. I'm sorry, have you been around for entire millennia? Alright then, I'll just leave you alone to fumble through your first time then. No no no, if you know what's happening anyway, you might as well help I guess. It really isn't that much different from how the rest of the filthy animals on this planet copulate. You humans just make it more complicated than it needs to be. Now, listen up and I'll make this quick and painless. Naruto would have to take Kurama's word for it, and decided as he watched Yuya do away with her belt and undo the back of her dress that overthinking matters would do him no good. Besides, he wasn't much of a plan kind of guy. He was more of the type to react accordingly. Instinct usually worked out for him. And the sight of Yuya sitting on her bed in just chest bindings gave his instincts an idea of where to go from there. True to what Tenten and Kabuto had been told by Yuya, the reservoir she mentioned hadn't been hard to find. Whereas it had been early in the day when they had arrived, it was afternoon, and the floating city was now bustling. It really was a merchant's town. There were all kinds of wares and foods for sale from all over, more than just what fishermen living in Hokage could catch. It really was a peaceful place, much better off than anywhere else they had seen in Mizuno Kuni, though it was only part of the country in name only, seeing as how it perpetually traveled around and between all of the islands. It wasn't very hard to find the Hazuka brothers. In the crowd of regular-looking townspeople, there was a pair of identical swordsmen. Both had straight white hair. One wore a purple, sleeveless shirt with blue pants, NDALS, and a belt around his waist with water bottles attached to it. The other wore an outfit very similar to his brother's, consisting of a black, sleeveless shirt, light purple-colored pants and striped leg warmers, along a water bottle attached to his belt. It was going to be hard to tell them apart from appearance alone. But all they had to do was get the Kiba swords to them, and after that, no interaction was needed. Hopefully, these two were more amenable than any of the other candidates for the 7 swords they'd met. The direct approach was the fastest and most appropriate. We're looking for the Hazuka brothers, Tenten said, upon getting close. The brother in the purple shirt jumped down from the wall of the reservoir, grinning with sharp shark-like teeth. Yeah. Who's asking? Instead of Tenten speaking up, Kabuto began to talk. Someone who might have something good for you, depending on how you feel, he said, choosing words of an intriguing nature. My name is Kabuto, and this is Tenten. The purple shirt brother nodded. Suigetsu. The boring one up there is Mangetsu, he announced, gesturing to said brother, who simply nodded. Now, what are you talking about? Mange. Su scoffed and pulled out a small handbook. You were there when we found out about Raiga. He gestured to Tenten and Kabuto, flipping to pages with their descriptions and pictures. Here. Look familiar. Suigetsu's face lit up in recognition. Oh, the new names in the bingo book. Tenten stood there stunned. Who took a picture of us? We were taken captive by Sagioke for a while, Kabuto grumbled. I'd put my money on them. Tenten huffed and turned away. First Orochimaru, now Sagioke. What is it with me and shadowy jerks? She wouldn't have put it past Mei to have people keeping tabs on them. Now that Mangetsu had Suigetsu's full attention, he could get his brother focused on what mattered about this meeting. If you remember correctly, they killed Raiga, so what does that mean? Come on now, you can figure it out. Fuck you, Suigetsu spat at his older brother. Despite answering anyway, it means they have the Kiba blades. As he spoke, realization began to dawn in his tone. Oh hell yeah. Mine. He pulled a katana from his back, prepared to attack. Tenten, likewise, reached for the large scroll she kept at the small of her back. People who saw scrambled to a safe distance. Wait, Kabuto beseeched all parties before a brawl could erupt in the middle of the street. You don't have to fight us for it. Suigetsu was skeptical. What, are you just going to give us one of the 7 swords? Kabuto nodded hesitantly, carefully eyeing the cold steel in the swordsman's grip. Seriously. That's what we're here for, Tenten drawled. We're not from around here. So the powers that be decided we can't have anything to do with any of the 7 swords. Congratulations, you've been selected. Suigetsu looked over at Mangetsu, confusion etched on his face. Which one of us? The Kiba blades are 2 separate swords, dumbass, Mangetsu said. Tenten laughed at the older brother chiding the younger, despite the death glare she received in return. Whatever. She was doing them a favor, yep. That's why it's great for you guys. Both swords work separately, by the way. Just not as strong as when they're together. It was perfect for a pair of brothers with similar training, who often worked together. It would also make it harder for just anyone to take them both. Just because someone took down one of the Hazuka boys didn't mean much. You would still have to beat the other to take the whole set. Both brothers seemed to salivate at the sight of the small scroll Tenten pulled out, labeled for the Kiba swords. She opened it to unseal it, only to be stopped by Kabuto at the last moment. Actually, since we're doing you such a big favor, you've got to be fucking kidding me, Suigetsu deadpanned at the gall of the medic, right? So we're just gonna kill you and take it now. Kabuto balked at the threat. Tenten was much less affected. Good luck unsealing this then. The person who made it secured the hell out of it. We just want a little something in return, right? She said, eyeing Kabuto, not quite knowing why he had thrown in an extra part of the transaction. He had slipped that in on his own. Whether it had been crafty or foolish remained to be seen, even though it had almost resulted in a fight. Right, Kabuto said, clearing his throat and regaining his composure, just some information. What is Seiyuki supposed to be to this country? Both Suigetsu and Mangetsu looked at each other uncertainly, which came as a surprise to both Tenten and Kabuto. Were they wary of this group, that a guarantee of receiving one of the most revered weapons in the history of Mizu no Kuni wasn't enough to get them to talk? Mangetsu eventually answered, we're going to need some time to think about it. That had not been the answer Kabuto had been looking for. But it told him a lot all the same. Haino Kuni Senju clan headquarters. After an afternoon of doing nothing, mostly due to his fobbing off of his procedural paperwork onto his apprentice Sakura, Naoki decided to drop in on his clan head to see how she was doing with the gift he'd given her after his latest excursion. Knock knock, sis, Naoki said, poking his head into the mortuary of the medical area where Tsunade kept herself busy with research. Tsunade's blonde hair was pinned back out of the way, and she wore a white lab coat with elbow-length latex gloves on. Could you have left more of these 2 intact so I could do a proper autopsy? She said, her attention focused on what was left of the body of Kinkaku. Naoki found his sister's comment to have been quite rude. Hey, that's not how you show gratitude to a wonderful younger brother. I brought you 3 of treasured tools of the Sage of 6 Paths, and 2 pseudo-Jinchuriki corpses to study. He didn't have to bring her anything at all. Tsunade scoffed, a sardonic smirk in place. I'm elbow deep in the guts of the gold and silver brothers. Happy early birthday to me. Naoki walked past Tsunade to a ray of medical tools where she kept a bottle of sake. So, anything good? He asked, taking an experimental sniff of the alcohol, just to make sure it wasn't some kind of chemical instead. Tsunade led her hands out of Kinkaku's chest cavity and placed her hands on the autopsy table with a sigh. Well, they aren't real Jinchuriki. But they're close enough. We're learning more. Her brown eyes earned from the cadaver over to her brother, currently busy downing her drink. We really could use a real one, preferably alive. That's dark, Naoki remarked, throwing his head back for a decent swig of sake. Tsunade felt like throwing one of her used gloves at Naoki's face. Oh, shut up. I'm not going to dissect a living person. Who do you think I am, Orochimaru? So, you admit Jinchuriki are people? Tsunade glared at Naoki. She had never pushed the narrative that Jinchuriki were monsters. I always believed they were people. I always knew better. You know why we know better, Naoki stopped drinking and regarded Tsunade with a frown, but nodded in understanding. But it doesn't make Jinchuriki any less dangerous. And Namikaze has had 2 of them for years. What does that tell you? It doesn't tell me anything, Tsunade said, moving Kinkaku's body onto a gurney to take to a freezer slab, and again, it doesn't make them any less dangerous. Have you ever stopped in Kansi? Dured sitting down and having a conversation with Namikaze. Tsunade deposited Kinkaku from the gurney onto the freezer slab with ease. He stole our granduncle's signature jutsu, and he has reasons of his own to hate us back. The freezer door closed with a loud thud. What makes you think a sit-down would go well for anyone? Hope that we all aren't animals. Humans are all animals, Tsunade said knowingly. Her expression patient as she addressed Nawaki. Just because we use tools doesn't mean we're not animals. Monkeys use tools. Other animals use tools. Just because we organize and speak a language doesn't mean we're not animals. Animals form packs and units, and have their own way of communicating. Just because we have rules and customs doesn't mean we're not animals. Animals have set ways of acting as well, and we just so happen to break our own rules more than animals do. Really, we're worse, because at least when you're face to face with a tiger or a bear, you know where you stand. When you're face to face with another human, you always have to be prepared for the other shoe to drop. Because you never know just who the true predator is among us. That was remarkably cynical, even for Tsunade. Which was saying something, as she was much more the negative of the two siblings. It gave Nawaki pause. Is something the matter? What are you thinking about? Tsunade closed the freezer for corpses and leaned her head and forearm against the cold metal of the surface. Whether I believe that Uzumaki, Naruto and Fu were made to be Jinchuriki against their own wills and the ills of any sane individual or not are irrelevant. Whether I believe they were made by chaotic elements or not is irrelevant. The fact of the matter is, they exist. Do you really think that the fact that they're taboo will keep our enemies from trying to harness that power for themselves for much longer? It felt like she was trying to tell him something without bringing it up directly. Tsunade. Sis, is something coming that I should know about? Is it the Uchiha clan? There had been rumblings that another battle was set to happen later in the spring, but Tsunade had ever led on to any plans of the sort. No, it's not them, Tsunade said. It's nothing. Not yet, at least. She turned and leaned her back against the freezers, accepting her sake bottle from Nawaki when he handed it over. I've just been hearing some things from the north that are disconcerting. Let's just say that there are certain other powerful figures in the world that want a piece of the Jinchuriki arms race. The north. From Kaminari no Kuni. No, she couldn't mean that tribe, could she? They kept to the mountains. That was a line that neither the Senju nor the Uchiha had been hardy enough to try and step beyond for their own gains. It had never been worth the hassle of dealing with them. Well, don't leave me in the dark here. Come on, we're in this together. Talk to me. What do you know? Is it? Tsunade interrupted, nodding grimly. Much to Nawaki's chagrin, there's a reason I let you go look for the treasured tools, and it wasn't to fight the Uchiha. Her eyes were locked onto the bottle in her hand as she idly swished around the liquid inside. Honestly, I was hoping you'd find all of them, because I think we're going to need them if what the Alpha have been up to is to be believed. With Naruto Mizu no Kuni Hashike Gai, Naruto had, in fact, not been terrible enough for Tayuya to take full control, which had been a bit emboldening. Apparently, Kurama's crash course in the absolute basics of how to handle himself with a girl worked well enough for when things got going. How Kurama knew enough of what to do was a question that Naruto didn't really want or need answered. Life was disturbing enough on its own. In the end, he had enjoyed himself. He could kind of see why Jiraiya sort of obsessed over sex. And the important part was that while Tayuya hadn't praised his performance, she also hadn't told him he'd been terrible, nor had she freed herself from the confines of the bed to get distance from him. That meant he'd done good, right? Or at least respectably, perhaps. Either way, the moment had passed, leaving the two lazing about, sans clothing. Naruto could see an awkward conversation on the horizon if Tenten and Kabuto returned with him and Tayuya in their current state. But he had faith in his ability to quickly dress and run interference until Tayuya could as well, if things came to that. At the moment, Naruto couldn't bring himself to care even that much. Tenten had been around him forever. She'd probably seen him in worse situations than in bed with a girl, and he'd probably unintentionally return the favor to her somewhere down the line. Also, Kabuto was a doctor. He had to have been fine with seeing people unclothed. Head set on Naruto's shoulder, Chiyuya's fingertips brushed across the visible seal markings on his stomach. So, this is what's keeping the Kyuubi trapped inside you. Naruto let out a hum of confirmation as he ran a hand up and down her back and arms. Kurama. His name is Kurama, he gently corrected, eyeing the girl who see me. To be trying to figure out how the seal on him worked. Good luck. His mother barely knew, and she was the one who had altered it to be something safe, and yeah, that's it. Kinda weird to think about, isn't it? No fucking kidding. Chiyuya muttered before looking up Naruto's chest to ask him a question. How do you know it's a he? Or that his name is Kurama? Naruto grinned down at the girl, remembering calmer times in the forests of Uzu no Kuni's islands. I knew him before he got sealed inside of me. He talks to me now too, gives me all kinds of advice. Tells me stuff about the olden days. He's a good friend. Being told that Kurama sometimes spoke to Naruto was news to Chiyuya, and given their current state, it gave her a particular thought. Can he see what you see? She asked. Naruto went deadly still, prompting her to go a step further in her questioning. Golden Boy was a tailed beast watching us when we were. No, Naruto exclaimed in his own defense. Too defensive to be innocent. Chiyuya gave him a purple nurple in return. Ow. I don't know if he was or not. I mean, yeah, he knew we were gonna do it, but why would he care? He's a giant-ass fox, Ibeo. A giant-ass fox that saw my fucking goodies. Chiyuya specified, still livid. Permission had not been granted to give the Kyuubi a peep show. Kurama, still awake, took the opportunity to, helpfully, chime in. LL her that me seeing her naked is the equivalent of you humans seeing a dog or a cat naked. Watching you two rut would be like watching animals go at it. That's how far beneath me you all are. I'm not saying that. That'll just make this worse. Naruto thought back, slapping a furious Chiyuya's hands away from the more tender parts of his body. He wasn't even paying attention. He's usually asleep anyway. Chiyuya started to relax, sitting back onto her knee, fists slowly unclenching. She was still sufficiently put off, however, he better not have been. This isn't just something I do all the time with anybody, Golden Boy. Not after I was. Naruto stopped her before she could allude to more terrible times in her life. I know, he'd already heard that story, and she didn't seem keen on bringing it up again in any way, shape, or form. She didn't have to. Once was enough for him to get the picture. Whatever. Chiyuya scoffed and turned her back, getting off of the bed to search for something to put on. Naruto found him attention set on Chiyuya's bare backside as she bent over to gather up articles of her clothing. His brain eventually started working enough to generate words. I'm not that much of an asshole. We don't even have to talk about this again if you don't want. All you have to do is say so, and it never happened. Chiyuya stood up straight and grinned back over her show. Elder at Naruto after catching him staring. Oh hell no. I took your versus card. That shit is mine. I claim the right to bring that up whenever it'll embarrass you most until the day one of us dies. If you ever come back to Mizu after this. That is, she said, beginning to get dressed again. Naruto returned her expression, hopeful he hadn't upset her with his circumstances involving Kurama. I really don't get what'd be embarrassing about you, he said under his breath, getting his pants thrown over his face for the comment. Oi. I heard that, Chiyuya said, rolling her eyes at what she perceived to be an attempt at a pickup line. I already let you hit it, Golden Boy. Buttering me up isn't going to get me back in the sack that easily. A for effort, C for execution, which is what I can say about your actual performance. Hey, AC is a passing grade where I come from. I'll take it. Completely you prepared for such frank self-deprecation. Naruto's joke actually pulled deep, honest laughter out of Chiyuya. You fucking goober. The more she saw of him, the harder it was to reconcile the monster he was on the battlefield with the golden boy she more often found herself dealing with. If she hadn't seen it for herself, if it hadn't been directed at her previously, she still wouldn't have believed anyone who told her that this was a Jinchuriki. He was way too disarming. She let him in her house, for goodness sake. She thought to herself as she looked out of the window in her loft, frowning at the sight of precipitation pouring down on the town. Shit. It's fucking raining. Didn't look like we'd see a drop today. Naruto got up from the bed, preparing to throw on his protective vest as he looked out the window at the sudden change of weather Yuya had alluded to. True enough, it hadn't seemed like there had been any storm clouds around when they'd made it out to Hokage that morning. Hopefully Tenten and Kabuto managed to get somewhere dry, or would return before they got too soaked out there. Kabuto might have been a doctor, but even he could get sick. Elsewhere in Hokage, the rain had come out of nowhere, and had caught Tenten and Kabuto entirely off guard. One moment, they had been trying to glean information out of the Hazuka brothers on the organization that tried to keep Mizuno Kuni's chaos as controlled as possible, and the next, a downpour started. Fantastic. It's fine, Kabuto said, trying to work the grumpy look off of Tenten's face with a good attitude. It's not like we were in any kind of rush to leave. But I want to rest too, Tenten whined. Naruto gets to kick his feet up into Yuya's house, probably take a good, long nap on some kind of cushion. Do you know how long it's been since I've slept in an actual building, or on a real cushioned surface? Weeks, Kabuto. I know. I've been right here with you. And I'm pretty sure Naruto would let you get all of the sleep you want when we get back. But in the meantime, do you want to pick me up? He asked, reaching into his medic pouch for a small bag of soldier pills. Tenten was quick to respond, yes. Miracle drugs, please. Kabuto chuckled and deposited the pill into her hand, which was quickly down no water. Oh god, I'm going to crash so hard later when this wears off. Yeah you are, Kabuto said, happy that he could help Tenten with her fatigue, at least temporarily. This mission has been draining. Even while trying to be positive, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. That was an understatement. There had been so much travel, so much fighting, so much trouble, and so many complications. Tenten almost felt sorry for Kabuto that he'd come along on what was a personal errand for his first outing alongside them. Naruto cut a brutal pace on the job under normal circumstances, and here he was trying to get his task done and get back to the main party so he could keep doing important work, so he was moving even faster. It was difficult to tire him out with the regular rigors of shinobi life, such as traveling on foot, and he took advantage of that. It made him more effective than most. For those who followed him and weren't used to how Naruto operated, it was an exhausting experience. It took Tenten years to get the kind of conditioning needed to just follow him around day to day, and that was with Naruto being considerate that she didn't possess his stamina. That it had taken Kabuto this long to voice anything about fatigue led on that he was tougher than he appeared. Tenten liked that. It doesn't look like it's stopping anytime soon. You want tea? Oh, just deal with it and head back to Yuya's place to dry off there. Sure, Kabuto said in agreement. It's not like I'm going to melt in the rain or anything. The two stepped out into the downpour, and hurriedly tried to navigate through town to get back to Yuya's home. As they moved, Tenten noticed something flying in the sky, circling overhead. It had been raining too hard for too long for a bird to be out and simply circling anything in the open. As she stopped and looked up to scrutinize it, she realized several things. It wasn't a regular-sized bird. It was a large bird that just so happened to be very high up. It wasn't a flesh, blood, and feathers bird. She couldn't make out any real details on it. And most importantly, there was someone riding on top of it. She had seen something like that before. Although it had been years, Tenten had never forgotten. After all, you didn't just let near-death experiences slip from your mind. Even years later, Tenten could remember Konan, the powerful paper kunoichi that had almost killed her as a younger girl. Back then, She had been after Naruto. What were the chances that times had changed and she'd come for something else? Not great. And she was coming closer. Kabuto, Tenten said warily, I need you to go book it to where Naruto and Yuya are. Tell them that Konan is here. Naruto will know what that means. What does it mean? Nothing good. Are you sure? You might need my help. Tenten gave him a grim smile that did little to reassure him. If I go down, you're not going to get the chance to heal me. She gestured with her head for him to leave. I've got this. Go. She did not have this. She knew she didn't have it. But she'd been honest about Kabuto's helpfulness as a medic nin in battle with Konan. He didn't have time to heal her and protect himself from someone as strong as her. He was better served sounding the alert for Naruto, in the hopes that Tenten could deal with Konan long enough for something to be done about her. Tenten could feel her heart rate rise as she started to get into the mindset for a fight with a superior opponent. Then again, 4 years was a long time. Had she closed the gap enough for it to matter against someone who had utterly outclassed her once before? Staring up, dripping rainwater, Tenten couldn't help but find a measure of humor. He said he'd get me something good before we made it home. She said to herself before shouting into the rain, this is a really shitty birthday present, Naruto. We will continue in next part.